Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? Good afternoon. Welcome. Hi there. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. Whether you are a longtime listener, whether you are a brand new fan, whether you are moderately ambivalent about the show, wherever you fall on the spectrum, welcome. Rob Anthony's right over there.
What's up, man?
Jess is back in Studio G.
Hi.
You will talk to her before you talk to us. She will be the first line of defense. I will tell you from a creative standpoint, it is, I wouldn't say, Rob, that it rises to the level of a pet peeve, but I think it definitely lives in bugaboo territory with me, is when people will call and scream or complain about me in some way, but then they don't have the nuts to stay on hold so they can talk to me. They'll just scream their message to Jess.
Yep.
And then, of course, doing what she does, she'll say, well, let me put you on hold and you can tell on yourself, and then they'll hang up or whatever, right? Now, I've got no skin in that game. I don't know who those people are, but I do like to engage in lively conversation. Isn't that what happens in our YouTube chat?
It sure
I don't
is,
talk
yeah.
to those people. I mean, those are people all talking to each other. And so there are various levels of conversation and communication going on here at the program. And then, of course, farts. So either way, however you would like to engage with us, we'd love to have you along. The phone numbers, the aforementioned, 216 578-1007, 800-348-1007. The very phone lines that you use to occasionally win things, you use to talk to us. If you want to send me a text, that number is 35192. You can drop messages to us on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen there on our little free digital application, there is a red talkback button. I will have Cavaliers Game 3 playoff tickets for you this afternoon, speaking of the app, but I won't tell you here when I'm giving them away. There will be, as I understand it, a notification that is sent out to people, Rob, correct?
That's correct.
So if you're on the app, make sure that your notifications are on, because you will get one shortly before I'll be giving away the ticket. So Game 3 is when the Cavs come back home. They start this whole thing tonight in New York against the Knicks. That is an 8 o'clock tip-off tonight. Games 1 and 2 tonight and Thursday at the Garden. And then Saturday and Monday, Memorial Day Monday, that will be Game 4. So I will have tickets for you every day this week for the Saturday night game back here at the Rocket Arena. I just will not tell you here when I'm giving them away. They will be at different times throughout the show each day this week. But you will be notified literally via the iHeartRadio app. But when they get that notification, then they will call to win, correct? Is
Correct.
that what's okay?
Yeah,
so
it's just going to tell you when we're doing the giveaway. It's
there you
kind
go.
of a
I'm not doing it on the
up.
air.
Right, and then you're going to say call now, but everybody else is going to already know it's coming.
Yes.
Because they are secret members.
Yes. Oh, I do tell them to call. See, I feel like I'm needlessly complicating this.
Yeah, no, this is just going to go out prior to.
Oh, so those people know when I'm going to do it, but then I'll do it.
Correct.
Gotcha. So I won't verbally tell them in advance, but I will verbally tell them when I'm doing it.
Correct.
Okay. You'd think that these things would all be very, very self-evident to me, but there's a lot of spinning plates.
And I probably did a crappy job of explaining.
No, you did a fine job. I just wanted to, minutes before the show, I was conferring with our own Keith Kennedy about the nature of these app notifications. And I'm always trying to find, obviously, ways to impart this information to people and not make it overly complicated. You know, sometimes there can be more than one hoop, if you'll allow the pun. So, different times. So not this is why the notification is so paramount for you if you were trying to get these. So Saturday night's game 3 back here at home. But Cavs playoff tickets here on the buzzer. And, of course, you'll hear every swish of the net, as they say. Did anybody say that? Did anybody say swish of the net?
I believe so. They're nice little.
All right. Alan was just with her son at the University Hospital main campus.
No.
Okay.
When?
This person thinks that they didn't specify when. They just said that they swear they saw a Jess and baby lookalike. Now, I think it's probably safe to say that they have no idea what your dear son looks like. They might recognize
2 strands
you.
of hair.
What's that?
He has 2 strands of hair.
Oh, all right. Like a little cartoon character.
Yeah.
All right. Isn't he a little old to only have 2 pieces of hair?
Like 3.
Well, even that.
He has a little bit.
I mean,
tried
there's
to
kids.
gel it, and then my friend saw a picture, and he said, "Why does it look like there's dents in his head?" So I stopped gelling his hair.
Well, most babies do have dents in their head, right? The fontanelle hasn't fully fused yet, has it, Rob? Right? Like if you really wanted to, you could put your thumb right in a baby's skull, like for the first couple of months, because that thing hasn't fused yet, right? Doesn't he have a little soft spot?
You could see when he was born, you could see it like breathing, his head.
Mm-hmm.
It was his brain. But did you know that babies, they smell like sweet because their brains aren't fused together?
Wait.
That's why their heads smell sweet.
You mean that the skull is not fused together?
You're smelling their brain.
I see.
Is that?
Look it up.
Boy, does that sound wrong.
It sure does. But then she whipped
Maybe
something
she's
on
right.
us.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know that.
I've had 3 babies. You've had 2.
Uh-huh.
She's had 1. I mean, put together, we probably know 1 or 2 things about an infant. But
I researched
does
like 2
a
things.
baby's brain smell sweet? I'm not getting anything.
No,
I know the fontanelle, and that's where the my information on that
Isn't that the
begins
stuff
and
you
ends.
put on a sandwich with peanut butter?
It is. You were thinking of Nutella.
Oh.
Yes. Now, if you have a baby's fontanelle with Nutella on it, you have to be very, very
careful.
Because that soft spot, if you make it even softer with the delicious Nutella in there.
Do babies' heads smell sweet?
I thought it was just because of baby shampoo. I don't think that. That would imply A, that the brain had a scent. B, that it was ejecting that scent through the membranes of the skin.
She's amazingly wrong.
There's no way that's true.
You're terribly, terribly wrong.
This is a Jess level event.
And why do you think zombies
Babies'
like their
heads
brain?
smell sweet primarily because of an evolutionary mechanism designed to promote bonding. The scent is a mix of amniotic fluid, natural skin oils, and sweat glands. Is meant to trigger the brain's reward centers to make caregivers want to nurture and protect the child.
But I do like, she said, well, then why do zombies want to eat people's brains?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, that's a valuable question, too. Granted, we've gone from the field of evolutionary biology into science fiction, but listen, all science is fiction until it's peer-reviewed and replicated via the scientific method.
Well, you see, babies smell good, Alan, and they smell sweet because you're smelling through skin and into their brains.
Yep.
That happened today.
We need to resist the urge to correct her with information. As you know, in American culture today, once someone is possessed of a particular belief, there is no amount of fact that can get them to change their mind. So we need to resist that urge that you and I both have.
Yeah.
Rob. We need to resist that urge to correct her.
That was such a
because
level.
she will. These will expand. We're going to yes and her on a regular basis. Number 1 rule of improv,
It's
right?
so hard.
Yes and. You can take a breather. I'll yes-and her, and then we will follow her down that logistical path. I'm curious how many other people she has repeated this to, and they've all nodded in quiet agreement. Rob,
No, they believed me.
No one did. They've nodded at her.
They just, yes, Jess, that's, yes.
Jess, honey, that can't be right. Why do you think zombies want to eat brains?
Well, you make a good point. I guess I'm wrong.
You really do.
I don't know where I heard that from then.
Probably one of those 28 Days Later movies.
Episode of The Walking Dead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, Liz. Tastes so good.
I was watching The Walking Dead, and Daryl says you can smell through a baby.
Baby skulls.
Yeah, you can smell right through its head because it doesn't have a skull yet.
Smell like nerds.
It's good and sweet.
All right, listen. We're going to compose ourselves, and we're going to come back. And I'm going to have money for you closer to 2:30. That'll be the next keyword that you will get with $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So good luck.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes. 2:30 is that next keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. It's the last week for you to do it, but still plenty of chances between now and Friday afternoon. Next week we're doing something. What's the thing next week? The Great American Getaway?
Well, that starts the week after next.
Oh, the week after next.
Yeah,
okay.
but
I'm getting ahead of myself. But
it's another one of these cash things.
But it's a huge prize, though, isn't it?
It's
or
$2,500, I think, something like that. Is
okay.
that right?
It says $250K.
I think total.
Total. Okay. Well, then we'll tell you about that then. What's coming?
Yeah, each prize is $2,500, and we'll play 4 times a day once that gets going. But I think we'll talk all about that crap next week.
Well, there's a lot of things going on.
So much.
Got the money. I got the Cavs playoff tickets. If you have your notifications on the app, you'll get that notification ahead of time.
Yeah, it's just giving you a bit of a heads up before everybody else.
Yeah, so you'll know when I'm going to do them because it's going to be a different time every day. Well, people are enjoying Jess's take on the fact that the reason that babies smell so sweet is because you can smell their brain through their skull.
Mm-hmm.
Rob?
Yep.
And
I'm just thinking, I'm like, I really believe that. And I
I know
so,
you do, Jess.
I told so many people.
But I'm always interested in, like, most of the things I believe, I can usually trace it to an origin point. Like, I know why I believe that, or,
I'd smell his head and be like, oh, that makes sense.
You'd smell his head, but surely you've smelled other babies before. They all kind of smell similar. You never held a baby and huffed a baby. Nothing smells better than a baby, really.
Mm-mm.
All right. This is, I'll tell you what, this is from the new B.A. Sweeties ad. Very, very weird, Rob.
Brains. Brains only.
Yes.
Why?
The pain of being dead. I can feel myself rot.
It's a weird take for a candy commercial, but okay. Sweet brain.
But now that I know you can smell through babies, it makes sense. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm glad we debunked that.
That's why their tummies smell so sweet. Rob, if you're giving them a little raspberry on their tummy, it's because you can smell their colon.
Right.
Right through their skin. Eric, one of our listeners on the iHeartRadio app, he listens in Sarver, Pennsylvania. Tell Jess not to waste any money with all the stop smoking aids. When she's ready to quit, she'll quit. But that's kind of what Rob was saying, too. Like, you've got to want to quit.
Yeah, what I did worked for me.
You did Chantix?
I did. Based on what it did to the cigarette. You know what I mean? It made it may be easier for me to quit. I don't know. People say they have bad dreams on Chantix. I never did.
Oh. Eric says he tried the patch, smoked right through it. I've had 2 different bosses chew mouthfuls of Nicorette gum while smoking. My sister-in-law was on Chantix twice. She's still smoking. I just finally decided I was done. I didn't buy the next pack, and that was it. I quit. Like, my mom, I'm the only one of my siblings that doesn't smoke. All 3 of my siblings, to this day, still smoke. My parents both did before I was born. You know, my dad was in the Army. My dad started smoking when he was like 10. My mom, lovely woman that she is, thought that she would get my dad to stop if she started. Her logic being, oh, he loves me so much that if he sees me, he'll stop. And I'm like, Mom, you know how cigarettes work, right? They don't work off love. They work anyway. So my mom ends up being like a 4-pack-a-day smoker or something. I don't know how she's still alive, but my mom would just, sit with me when I was born in the Army base, and she's like, I would just sit there all day with you, and all I did was scream all day long. So my mom had a real, it was not an easy baby, and I was 13 pounds, the whole thing, right? And she's like, I would just sit there and light cigarettes off the ends of the ones that were going out. And my mom said she quit cold turkey. I don't know if that's urban legend. She could be telling me anything, and I would believe her. I don't know. I don't know how you go from 4 packs a day to nothing. But some people have, an iron will.
Well, I tried the
Some people have a mind that won't bend. What?
I tried the nicotine gum before, but it made me throw up. It was really, really gross. It's like...
Well, I don't know anything about any of that. I never smoked cigarettes.
Yeah, it's
and,
not...
yeah.
It's not.
But all my siblings still
Were you
smoke.
smoking while you were like? I don't mean at the exact same time. Were you still smoking?
Oh yeah.
While that's why you were getting sick, because you're overdosing on nicotine. So your body's.
Oh, I thought you were
if you
asking her
smoke
if she
too
was
many.
smoking while she was pregnant.
No. If you
No.
smoke too many cigarettes, you'll get the exact same feeling. It's too much nicotine. So you have to
That makes
actually.
so much sense.
Yeah. You have to actually try to stop smoking while you're chewing the gum because it's replacing the nicotine. You're just adding to it. So if you're a pack-a-day smoker and you're chewing nicotine gum, it's like 2 packs a day.
Oh.
Keep on smoking, baby.
That makes so much sense.
I got to tell you, Jess, when people are amazed at some of these comments, I am left to infer that the reason you're so amazed is because you don't ask any follow-up questions. And that's always the most amazing thing to me, is that people, like I've been accused of asking too many questions because I'm endlessly curious about things, right? And I'm not as bright as I seem, so I'm pretty dumb on most things. So I ask a lot of questions. But a lot of people don't ask follow-up questions. That's always amazing to me. You wouldn't go, hey, why do I feel like that when I'm smoking and chewing the gum?
Because the gum is gross.
No, the gum isn't gross. I think didn't we just establish what the gum was doing?
No, I know.
Yeah, Rob said you were
My
getting
logic.
double the dose, yeah. But you thought it's because the gum's gross, that's where you stopped.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It tasted not like mint.
Understood. Okay.
Well, you don't know what anything tastes like anymore. You've smoked those taste buds away.
You've torched them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's
never.
one thing? So do you find yourself defaulting to eating something that cuts through? Like, how do I put it? You know how like processed foods now, they have to keep ratcheting it up. The reason that they keep doing these flavor blasted and they have to make these flavors in processed foods that are so more and more and more because people's taste buds, smoking or not, have been torched by eating that kind of food. So they have to do it just so the frigging artificial flavors will cut through. And I have to assume that that's maximized when you're smoking. Like you just don't taste stuff.
I don't eat a lot of artificial stuff, but when I would cook, and for like my boyfriends back in the day, like every single boyfriend that I would cook for, I always made things too spicy, I guess.
Okay.
And what didn't affect me, but it affected them.
Well, you're
So
eating
it makes
jalapenos
sense.
out of the jar
Oh,
just
yeah.
to taste something.
Yeah, it tastes good.
Yeah.
The spice, like that's because nothing else is really cutting through. So you're doing that for the flavor. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Oh, pardone.
Was that a spicy fart?
That was a spicy fart. That's a spicy
That's
fart.
it. That one
Yeah,
hurts.
that sounds like a jar of jalapenos.
That
But
one
I
you played
taste
before
things.
this was the one I was talking about. Like that's the kind of fart where you like fart away an itch. That one.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if you got an itchy rear end, you let that one go. You're like, oh, looks like I don't have to scratch it.
Hey, I got money for it. It's $1,000. As promised, first of the last 4 keywords you'll get this afternoon to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Family. That's family. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
They say music is the food of love. Let's see if you're hungry enough. Take a bite, take another, just like a good boy would. Get a sweet thing on the side.
I mean, why would these guys be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? You know,
They're terrible. What an awful band. Oh, they suck.
well, you're off the hook, Rock Hall. These guys are all dead now, so whatever, you know. 10 years almost for Lemmy. Or 10 years and baby, eat the rich. You know, you could be forgiven for being of two minds when it comes to the current kakistocracy under which we're all laboring. But I saw these 3 girls because everything now is entertainment. Nothing matters anymore. Anything's for the lulz. And there are these 3 girls who've been camping out in court during this Luigi Mangione trial. He's the guy that walked right up to the Universal Healthcare CEO and killed him in the street. And these girls, there's like a trio of them, you know, they're whatever. They're little dummies and they're dressed up and they look like they're probably early mid-20s. And they call themselves the Mangianistas, Rob.
Uh-huh.
And they're being called sick, bloodthirsty super fans. They're ghouls. It's ghoulish. And they say, now, obviously, they're trying to get attention. And so they're out there talking, because obviously people are going to want to talk to them because they're out there, and it's something to people to talk to out there. And they're not allowed inside the courtroom, so they're outside and, trying to get some camera time. And so people are obliging them. And they're saying things like, Brian Thompson's children are better off without him.
Jesus.
That's hardcore.
That's probably
I don't think anybody would argue that. Let's see what these girls have to say.
I said what I said. I don't give a fuck. His children are better off without him. They need to learn to not be like their dad and enjoy the blood money, kids.
All right, so they're not really a trio of sharp young ladies,
No.
but what are you going to do,
I think the thing that chaps my ass the most about those type of comments, and now again, you say what you want, agree, disagree, whatever. If any one of those three had that person as their dad, they would be the happiest people in the world because everything would be at their grasp. They could have anything, they could go anywhere, they could do anything. So the rules would be completely different, where she's like, enjoy that blood money. She would if that was her situation.
Listen, these might already be three rich girls. I don't know anything about them.
It would not be the same story. Trust me.
Well, people are angry because these girls were given press passes, and it's not like it's I'm sure that they called up and were like, we're reporters and we need press passes, and that they were given credentials by the city. And then you show up and, you pull the mask off or whatever. But people are very upset that these girls are out there outside. I mean, cast your mind back to the OJ trial. I mean, it was a friggin' freak show.
Oh, yeah.
Outside the courtroom every day for OJ Simpson. But I don't, obviously there were people that had a problem with that too. And you can say whatever you want, but people are like, these girls shouldn't be given press passes. But again, it's not like they're sitting in the courtroom. They're outside. They're on public property.
Are you talking about when OJ allegedly killed those two people, or when he stole all that merchandise?
I'm talking about when OJ murdered two people, Rob, and when he allegedly no, we have transposed the allegedlys. He absolutely killed those people. He allegedly stole his sports memorabilia back.
I love people that still defend that. Oh, it's so.
Do they though? Are there
yeah.
people that are like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
still think OJ's innocent? Like
Totally.
It's a conspiracy.
They can't be for real though. I
I
mean,
think so.
But the people on the jury said, yeah, we only found him not guilty of revenge for Rodney King.
Yeah.
Like the jig was up like 25, 30 years ago. So I don't know if anybody's walking around going, I don't know. They go, the jury's still out. No, the jury literally said.
That's so funny.
I don't know if OJ did it. And of course, now people don't talk about it because the guy's dead. But
if the glove don't fit.
And Mark Furman just died. We were talking about that
Yep.
yesterday. Mark Furman died. He was the guy that was accused briefly during that whole thing of planting the bloody glove.
He used the N-word once, and that makes him a guy who would plant evidence, and they believed it.
I'll tell you what,
Okay.
that's downright quaint now when you're
I was
trying
gonna
to
say.
you're trying to hang a guy for using the N-word once. It's like now you got people in government walking around throwing it at each other.
Oh, you get caught doing it on tape, and you can sell out stadiums.
Yeah.
That kid's got the greatest gig in the world. What's his
Yep.
name? That little
You got a
hillbilly.
podcast on Newsmax.
Yeah, not even. I mean, that's the political side of things. I'm talking. What's that kid? I don't even remember his name now.
Kyle Rittenhouse?
Morgan Wallen.
Oh, Morgan
on
Wallen,
tape
yeah.
screaming the N-word. It's no problem. Then the next thing you know, he's the biggest celebrity in the world selling out stadiums. That's a song of redemption right there. Is it?
He's coming here.
Well, of
Isn't he?
course, yeah. I mean, I think he already did.
Oh.
I don't know if that was last year or what. but
He's
yeah.
doing 2 nights in at what used to be Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. He's doing 2 nights in June.
Yeah, and it sells out every single night.
Yeah.
There's no
Playing the
no
big
more,
house in Ann Arbor.
Like, you can say whatever you want now. It doesn't matter.
2 nights at Soldier Field. Yeah. Anyway, listen. If you build it, they will come, and if you have a fan base, people are going to go see them. But yeah, these 3 girls that are outside the Luigi Mangione, and obviously it's been a. I have friends who work in healthcare, and they were especially kind of bummed out at how they're not CEOs, obviously, but they're kind of how cavalier people were over the concept of this dude getting murdered in the street just because people are mad with the state of American health care. I mean, those are two very different things. But these girls, again, if you're going to get attention, you're going to be in public and say something provocative and people are going to talk to you. But they're just kind of camped out on the steps. But they kind of look like some busted up Powerpuff Girls.
Yes, they do.
Don't they?
That's the perfect way to describe
Yeah,
them.
so they're just kind of sitting there. One girl's kind of gothy, and the other one is blonde, and it's fine. I don't know anything about them. We're probably going to find out, unless there's information that I haven't seen. We're probably going to find out that, like, I don't know. They're already somebody, and they're just doing this for social media or something.
The clout, as the kids say.
The clout. That's usually what all this stuff ends up being, and that's why these things are ultimately so utterly boring, because it's never anything organic or interesting. It's always like, oh, this is viral marketing for fill in the blank. I don't know.
Right, because they could definitely go home and totally not agree with the reality of it. Like, oh, yeah, he killed someone. Like, that's, bad, but they want that attention.
I was reading about this. Did you see about the woman who got out of her car and fell into an open manhole?
No.
This poor woman, she's like, I mean, she's rich too, but I mean, she came into the city, comes into Manhattan from Westchester County, and had the unfortunate timing and spatial situation here. She was pulling up to the Cartier store and got out of her Mercedes, and right next to her driver's side door was a manhole with no cover. There was like a city team nearby. I don't know if maybe she was parking somewhere that she knew she shouldn't. I don't know what she was doing, if it was for convenience or the city screw up. This woman who's 56 years old got right out of her Mercedes-Benz SUV and got out, like you'd normally get out of your car. It's just right outside the door was an open manhole. Now, if you're old enough, you might remember an adult film star from the 80s named Mercedes Manhole.
Yes.
This is not who I'm talking about.
Not the same person?
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
And
good.
Rip Double M.
Yeah.
No, this woman, 56 years old, gets out of her car, right down a manhole, falls about 10 feet. Somebody called 911. I don't know if they heard her moaning and groaning or what it was. The Con Ed utility team was nearby doing something. The manhole was open. They pulled her out. But she died. Died of her injuries.
I'm very badly burned.
It's beginning to smell of almonds. Will Ferrell.
I'm still very much alive down here.
Austin Powers. My leg, I'm very badly burned. Now I got to find that.
I'm sorry.
I should have that at the ready, but I don't.
It's beginning to smell of almonds.
Technical error by my henchman Mustafa.
Now, hold on. He's got to go down the thing here, right?
Let this be a reminder to you all that this organization will not tolerate failure. Gentlemen, let's get down to business. We've got a lot of work to do.
Someone help me! I'm still alive, only I'm very badly burned.
And then a couple of people come in and shoot him, right?
Yeah.
That's the joke. The payoff.
But
is
it
they
keeps
come and
going
shoot
on.
him.
It
Yeah.
just- that I know that's a terrible time to think of that, but that was the first
Beginning
thing
to smell of almonds.
the first thing that popped into my mind when you played that clip.
But think you get out of your car and you're probably half paying attention because I don't know where she was going. This was just before midnight. She was parked outside Cartier, but obviously they're not open at midnight.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on. But the bottom line is this woman steps right into a manhole. Hey, Jim, hello.
Hello, Alan. How are you?
What's going on?
So I'm going to defend the O.J. criminal jury in the murder case. This is a very unpopular take, but that jury got it 100% right. There was so much evidence of evidence tampering that reasonable doubt was all over it. Furman was part of it, but there were tons of other things, including crime scene videos. And by the way, this has been an obsession of mine since it happened, so it's kind of in my wheelhouse. But there was so much video of them dragging stuff through the crime scene. The police handled it miserably. There was anticoagulants found in the blood samples, which doesn't happen naturally. So does my logical brain said, did he do it? Yeah, I'm not an idiot. At the same time, the jury was shown so much documentation of evidence tampering that all of the blood evidence, all of the testimony, not to mention Mark Furman's N-bomb rants, made them, who claimed he had never used that word, that made him, I believe the term is, an impeachable witness. So people don't like hearing it, but that jury did the right thing. So did the civil trial jury.
I mean, you clearly, you've done deeper dives than I have. I just go back to, why did multiple members of the jury say this was revenge for Rodney King? It sounded predetermined,
I'm sure it played a bit. I'm sure that certainly didn't just, that was certainly a real thing. And you and I are the same age. I remember the Rodney King riots, and again, there's a lot of history there too that goes way beyond just Rodney King. But I'm sure jurors said that, but whether it was for the right reason or not, from a pure evidentiary standpoint, it was the right thing. There is so much documentation of really bad handling of evidence by the police, largely because they had gotten away without ever getting checked for most of their careers, and all of a sudden you got a rich, famous guy who can hire every lawyer from F. Lee Bailey to Alan Dershowitz to my buddy Johnny Cochran, it was the legally right thing for them to do. Again, logically, we know what happened, and when it became a civil trial where you had to rely on the prominence of evidence, okay, then, like, do you 51% think he? Yes, I'm not an idiot.
But what do you have against Lee Bailey?
Rob, okay. Hey, listen, Jim, thank you, pal. Jim is...
I don't get it. What?
Might not be confused about the O.J. Trial, but, well, okay, there you go.
Why did he say F. Lee Bailey?
Rob, he was not hurling expletives at the late, great Flea Bailey.
So...
That's why, Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
Yes.
He took his name from Flea Bailey.
Okay, that's my fault. Apologies.
Yeah, that's okay.
I didn't mean to cut him off. I was just wondering what he had against Lee Bailey. Now
I had to move on
get
anyway from him. So.
Jeez.
Yeah. Jim, if you want to fire off a strongly worded letter to let us know what you have against him. Hey, want to go see Phantom Planet? Remember these guys? You watched the OC back in the day. That's kind of what blew these dudes up. They were the band called Augustana. Both bands at the House of Blues in about a month, Friday, June the 12th. If you want to get to that show, Ticketmaster.com for all the details. This pair for you, two for Phantom Planet. For caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory.
I don't know who would go to this. A 73-year-old
I'm always so excited to see Static X. They were at Sonic Temple. If you saw them at Sonic Temple Friday afternoon, for whatever reason, they had them relegated to the smallest stage, way off to the side. It was them, and then right after was Seven Dust. I don't think I moved. A lot of times I was just walking around the different stages, obviously, but those guys were like back to back. I'm not sure why they, I assume festivals with that many bands, after a while, it's just you put people where you can. But they could have very easily been on, one of the bigger stages. But if you saw Static X at Sonic Temple, that might be the last time you see them for a long time, because they just canceled the rest of their whole tour. So they were there on Friday, and I don't think they had a show after that.
Really?
Yeah. They posted something on Instagram that said, hey, we've got a serious medical issue in the band.
Uh-oh.
And I saw some people kind of being like, oh, that means tickets aren't selling. I'm like, no, if you had been in that Static X crowd, it was massive. That's why I was saying, like, it's not... Last time I saw Static X, it was with Seven Dust at the Agora, probably a couple of years ago. But I just love them. And again, they're kind of goofy, and they're kind of, Wayne Static's been dead a dozen years now, so it's Edsel Dope in front, wearing like that Wayne Static mask, that little robot head or whatever. But they're great. I mean, they're not making new music, I don't think. But they're dynamite. Seven Dust is great too. But yeah, they were kind of relegated to that smaller side stage. But it sounds like, at least for a while, that is the last time you're going to see them live, if you caught them in Columbus on Friday evening. They had them on at like 5:15 to 6 or something,
Dude, to this day, the loudest show I've ever been to in my entire life.
Static X.
Yeah. I remember it was like 3 days of ear ringing. They played a thing called the Indoor Beach Party. It was for a rock radio station in Boston called WAAF.
Oh, yeah.
And
Mistress Carrie.
Yeah, they used to pour. This is even before her. Opie and Anthony, I think, may have been there at that point. They would truck in beach sand, and they would cover the floor of this arena as the indoor. It was so much fun. And they headlined it, and I swear to God, man, like, it was the only time I think I've ever been to a show where it was so loud, and it was during that song. That I just remember my ears. I felt like my ears were going to start bleeding.
So it would have been like that first record then, like 99.
Yeah.
My first exposure to them, I had just moved to Pittsburgh, and we had this. We did a series of holiday shows called Kick-Ass Christmas, and Static X was brand new, and they were on one of the nights, and I was like, I loved it.
Well, you knew right away. I mean, you knew from the single they were good, but then you saw them live. Like, Wayne Static was so good. Like, they were just such a good band.
But if you saw them at Sonic Temple, looks like that might be it for a while. On Instagram, they said, due to serious medical issues, we are canceling our remaining tour dates for the entire year. They were going to go overseas. They were going to do just a couple of things here stateside, but I think a lot of those were European dates.
And so canceling's bad too, right?
It
it's not rescheduling.
Yeah. No, they haven't. They didn't really elaborate. They said we're just a bunch of old men with parts that need fixing. I mean, I guess they were, to use their phrase, I guess they were pushing it through Sonic Temple. I don't know, but
or something happened after, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're older dudes now. Yeah, I mean, for a long time after Wayne Static died, the other guys in the band all kind of went their separate ways. I don't think they were really keen on getting back to do it. But then one by one, the original guys came back together, and
so it's everybody plus Edsel.
Edsel Dope, yeah.
Okay.
And for a while, they were being kind of coy about that, too, because every time Static X would play, Dope would be on the bill, and people were obviously putting, two and two together. But I think that they've kind of been a little less precious about that. But yeah, Static X and Seven Dust and Dope, they would always go out because you get, it's like MMS is doing the Black Label Society tour, right?
Right.
That's always Black Label, Zach Sabbath, and Dark Chapel, which is the other guys in Black Label's band. So it's like you get 3 bands with 4 dudes.
Yep.
There's no reason not to do that. So, yeah, that's a real bummer. But, again, I'm so happy I saw them because I love those guys. And again, Seven Dust was a band that was prepared to break up. They had the conversation last year, hey, when we're all done with this run, let's hang it up. Like, they were making plans to split. And then something happened. They made some new music. They maybe we still like doing this. And so they're going back out.
Boy, am I happy they didn't.
I mean, Morgan Rose is not always a well man, the guy behind the drums. But he's also just as a guy who's paying attention to that stuff, I mean, Morgan Rose is one of the most inventive guys behind any drum kit. You know, there's a lot of other people trying to play a million miles an hour. There's a lot of blast beats, and boy, you had that in spades at Sonic Temple. A lot of deathcore and stuff like that, and I love that stuff too. That band Signs of the Swarm from Pittsburgh, I could not get enough of them, and they were there, and they were just unbelievable. But Morgan Rose has been doing amazing things behind the drums for a long time.
But a lot of times fast doesn't necessarily mean good, right? Like, that's the thing.
Well, the thing is, too, is if you like that genre, and, you know, Incarceration is coming out to Mansfield in July, and that's always fun, too. And so I love those metal festivals. It's just that in an outdoor festival setting, it's like a wall of mud coming at you. There's not much they can do about that. So if you're kind of just if you're a casual observer and you don't know one song from the next, they all sound the same. I mean, you know, to anyone with an untrained ear for that genre, it all sounds the same to you anyway. But especially when it's outdoors and the sound is going I mean, you're just getting pummeled. Because I like to get up front. I'm not a pit guy. I was standing waiting for one band to start, and it quickly dawned on me that I was at the very edge of what was quickly becoming the pit. And I'm moving back and back and back. I'm like,
excuse me,
Nope, I want no part of that. I'm here to watch the bands. There was a guy, Rocco the Pit Clown. It was this kid that just had like this denim cut on, and he was wearing this clown mask, and his girl was. It looked like he was. Like, this was his thing, man. He was trying to brand this puppy because it was like his girl had tattoos of it on her and all this. This guy was in every pit, everywhere he was living up to his name. If you're gonna wear a mask and call yourself Rocco the Pit Clown, you can't be hanging out eating chicken satay.
No,
you gotta be in the pit. You're not Rocco the hanging out clown. What?
I said I love a good pit.
I'm not talking about armpit, Jess.
No, not armpit.
Oh.
I want to see carnage.
But you're not in it.
No.
Like I wasn't a pit guy when I was 20 and 21 going to shows. I'm not there to I don't need to bounce people around and, you know. But for people who want to do it, it's a very valuable element of those shows. I just don't want to be in the Lamb of God circle of death. I want to watch the band. And so that's why I was talking about Godsmack. You know, there's some bands that have multiple swirling pits going. Godsmack was trying to get one going. You know, that's more of a crowd surfing band, not a pit band, and that's fine. But Sully seemed hell-bent on getting, you know, because it's like
he was pushing it, huh?
Yeah, he's pushing it, because, I mean, that, yeah, you know, that's kind of a... if you're up there and you're feeding off the energy of the crowd, you want to see that. I don't think they're that kind of
songs
band,
aren't
though.
that conducive to that, though. You know what I mean? Like, Voodoo. Yeah, let's go. Let's get that pit circle going.
Yeah.
Voodoo.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who's so far away.
Oh, that's the perfect pit starting song.
It sure is. No, they started with I Stand Alone, I think.
That I can see. I mean, I can see people going for that.
I mean, Tool started right up with Stinkfist. So, you know, you had to really, it was Tool's first show of 2026. They were the very last show. They were the Sunday night headliner. And I wanted to see some of Death Clock. But Tool's great, too. But you have to really, and I love those guys. I've been a fan for 30 years. But you have to be in the mood for a Tool show because it's a lot of wanking. And depending on what their set list is that they pick, you know, you got to be a diehard fan to stand through 11 minutes of Lateralis or whatever on a Sunday night.
Did you not?
I didn't stay for all of it because there were a couple of little smaller bands I wanted to see while they were playing, but they were the Sunday night headliner, and they're great.
How does Maynard sound?
Great.
Yeah.
The guy's like 60.
I know. That's why I asked.
Sounds great.
I was just watching a video of like right when Tool was starting. It was like 1987. And it was like an early version of, you know, these songs. I was like, wow. Like watching how young he was and then hearing how good he still sounds. That's why I asked.
He just turned 62 in April, like last month.
Say Santa.
He's from Ravenna, right out here. And no, he's great. That whole band's dynamite. But and they had like a giant booth for his winery, the Caduceus Winery, and you know, so they were well repped. But again, he's going out with Pussifer and with a Sasanta thing, right? Or we gave away tickets.
Yep.
Anyway, yeah, it was good. But anyway, if you saw Static X, that's the last time you're going to see them in a minute because they canceled the rest of this year.
I hope those dudes are all right. Hot take. To call myself out for that one.
No,
Sorry.
listen, hey, we're speaking off the top of our heads
Boy,
here.
I hope those guys are okay.
I hope they don't.
I would hate to see anything bad happen to them.
I hope they don't push it too hard, everybody. Oh, no. Ow.
Oh, man.
Hey, Thursday night, I'm going to be back out because we're kind of in the home stretch here. We're doing the Michelob Ultra Soccer Shootout, okay? I think you got it too today, Rob, the big email blast about how iHeartRadio is the official audio partner of the FIFA World Cup 26,
oh,
Rob.
Right.
Hey!
Wow. Okay.
We're going to have all the channels. Oh, come on the app. Anyway, I'm out doing these in and around Northeast Ohio because we have World Cup tickets. Send you to the Philly match. On June the 27th, our top 2 scorers from all these will go head-to-head, and the winner will walk away with those World Cup tickets. So some of these is the MMS Street Team. I know Connor's going to be out Wednesday night. I will be at the Backyard in Brunswick. You know where that is? It's on Pearl Road.
I don't, but
it's
I will
a good
find
spot. Yeah. The menu's good. They have a pretty good chicken sandwich. I think it's called the Bird. Damn it. All right. So I will be at the Backyard in Brunswick on Thursday night from 7 to 9. Friday night, I'm going to be at the Lakewood Truck Park. And then Saturday afternoon, I'm going to be back out Akron way. I'll be at the upper deck. And then we do our finals at Wild Eagle on the 30th. So there's a handful of these left. They're super fun. If you have a minute and it's near you, you should come out and hang. We'll have some pops. But it's with Mick Ultra and WMMS. They have arrested a woman from Parma, Ohio. You ever heard of Parma?
Sure have.
I believe it's the 7th or 8th largest city in the Buckeye State. They're very proud of that. I believe they're also the first town in Northeast Ohio to get one of them dumb script signs early, right?
And the large flamingos.
This is going to put us on the map. I mean, they had the flamingos, I think. They've kind of adopted that as their...
No, it was like they added big statues of flamingos, but then
yeah,
they
but
stopped because people kept stealing them.
They kept stealing them, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They'd get grainy ring camera footage of a couple of drunk college dudes trying to stuff it in the back of a Kia Soul. A woman from Parma was arrested at Cedar Point after somebody realized that her dog was in the back seat of a hot car.
Oh, jeez.
Don't they have a pet thing at Cedar Point? Like, I haven't been to Cedar Point in a minute, but if for whatever reason you're out there, I'm sure they have, like, pet-friendly days, but don't they also have, like, some kind of service at Cedar Point where you can have them check on your pet?
Beats me.
Anyway... this woman was arrested after leaving her puppy inside the vehicle. They discovered a small German Shepherd puppy, estimated to be about 6 months old based on its size.
Jesus.
Locked inside a Honda SUV. It was 83 outside on Sunday. Heat index a couple degrees north of that.
I left the window cracked for him.
Well, they said that. They were like, well, the passenger side windows have been rolled down a couple of inches. How much? I guess when it's that hot, that doesn't matter?
Yeah, not even close.
Okay. Well, this is why science is so important in schools. People don't know anything. So she's inside having fun, and somebody walks by and goes, oh, my God. All right. There's a puppy curled up on the floor. Even this dog knows it's trying to get as low as possible, right? Puppy was curled up on the floorboard in the back. They didn't see any water. And so somebody, called the cops or whatever, and then they track her to the car. The dog was panting heavily, as you'd suspect, and the dog itself was extremely warm to the touch.
Of course.
Yeah.
You had him sitting in a freaking oven.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there it is in this story. Cedar Park has dog daycare. So if they have that, why don't you drop the dog off?
You know how expensive that is?
It's like $10.
I don't know.
Why do you have to bring your dog
You're
anyway?
paying $120 just to walk in the gates. Footage told police that the dog had been locked inside the vehicle for over 3 hours. They were able to locate the vehicle and the 4 occupants who arrived at the park. Everything's on camera now all the time, and so they traced it back to the woman who was promptly arrested.
Good.
22-year-old Brianna Jones of Parma. admitted to police to driving the SUV and leaving the dog inside. They're holding her at Erie County Jail on a bond. Charged her with cruelty to animals.
But, officer, at least I didn't forget my kid in the car this time.
Oh, wait, my kid's in the park.
Oh, crap.
Can you guys hang on right
Bitch,
here?
I'll be right back.
You got the dog. Can you just watch the dog? I'm going to go get my kid.
You guys got me all backwards here. I don't even know which end is up. I'm looking for my dog.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
You know how many people, Rob, blow me up wanting a Ron hiatus? And I can't, at least, I see, even he knows. As of May the 19th at 3:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Rob, I still can't bring myself to do it.
I get it.
I can't bring myself to do it. I'm endlessly curious, but boy, people they are not on Team Ron. And so, okay, go ahead, Ron. You've got me on your side.
I appreciate that. I was just going to say you guys were talking about Godsmack pit songs. What about When Legends Rise? That's an awesome pit song.
Again, I don't think, Godsmack to me, and I know that it's maybe a difference without it's a distinction without a difference. Godsmack to me is not a metal band. They're a hard rock band. And so my thought is, like, that's a good song. It's a fun song. That's a crowd surfing song, not necessarily a pit song. I mean, based on the evidence there. I didn't, but it's all good. I mean, they play that song. It's a great song. Okay, thank you. There's Ron in Corning doing himself no favors, Rob.
No.
No favors
Shame.
with this audience.
Shame.
Right. I got $50 to Blue Falls Car Wash. There's going to be probably one near you. I had an appearance. I was at Local Bar in Strongsville for this Mick Ultra thing a couple of weeks ago. And I knew there was a Blue Falls down there. I go, I'm going to get my car washed. And it was in desperate need of it. And, it was good. BlueFallsCarWash.com. You'll find one near you. The monthly memberships start at just $24. That's usually the way you want to go. This is $50 to Blue Falls Car Wash. So good luck. Car 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Showers and thunderstorms tonight down to 56 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, temperatures falling to around 55. And then mostly sunny on Thursday with a high Thursday of 61.
This report is sponsored by B&K Heating and Cooling. You're not just a homeowner, you're also an air conditioner that only works sometimes owner. Instead, you need cooling built and tested to keep going. Luckily, there's American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard. Visit bnkheating.com for your estimate today.
Air conditioner not keeping up?
Just call sales! Just call sales!
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90+ days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Alan. A listener just sent me a picture. Hey, look what I got for under $3 at McDonald's. The under $3 menu at McDonald's rolled out. Doesn't matter when you go. If you're there in the morning, $3 classics like the sausage McMuffin, sausage biscuit, hash browns. They're later in the day, under $3. Get a McChicken, a McDouble, small fries. Limited time, get a sausage McMuffin for $1.50 or a McDouble sandwich for $2.50. You choose curbside, front counter, or drive-through. Nothing like something from the under $3 menu at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we custom
I like where this is going.
So, if you guys will indulge me.
That's right, the incredibly talented and hilarious Will Ferrell on an episode dedicated to crimes committed by people named Will Ferrell.
You're good for 300 crimes?
Yeah, we got two.
I'm ready to go right up to present day.
Search Crimeless on iHeartRadio, America's #1 podcast network and the Webby Podcast Company of the Year.
The Alan Cox Show.
Listening to the show doesn't make you a bad person. That thing in the foot locker at the end of your bed, that makes you a bad person.
MMS.
The Buzzard.
You ever see the Roots?
Never.
Love the Roots.
I
Holy
love them.
cow.
Never seen them.
They're doing the Island Roads Music Festival in Pawtucket. Mid-August.
Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Oh, wicked pisser.
They're doing some dates with Nas.
Oh, now that's my tour, man. Nas is my guy.
Nas and the Roots. The tour is called A Great Night in Hip Hop. They're doing Denver, Long Beach, San Diego, all kinds of stuff.
Are they coming here?
Love the Roots. No. Nope. Closest they would come to us would be they're doing some European stuff. They're not coming close to us.
When is that?
You'd have to go to Milwaukee or New York or something.
When's the Pawtucket date?
The Pawtucket date is August the 16th. It's a Sunday night.
Oh, brother, I might have to take the 17th off and go home, dude. I gotta see Nas and the Roots. Oh,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah.
You're singing my Starry, kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, anywho, I will have more money for you here in about 8 minutes. That's the next keyword for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Last few days to do that. Speaking of Orange County, by the way, I heard from Jake, who was like a day one listener. He is a bureau chief in California. He is one of my first 10 bureau chiefs, is Jake. And he emailed me because he's like that e-bike story we were talking about yesterday. The mom who's in trouble because her 14-year-old killed a guy on an e-bike happened right out there in Orange County. And Jake and his wife live out there in Aliso Viejo, which is right next door to them. And he's like, I don't want to sound like a get off my lawn guy, but he's like, it's a big issue with e-bike kids down there, right? I mean, think about it. California, where it's like nice all year long, you're dealing with this all year long. Here, you're going to deal with it, summer or whatever. Roving gangs of e-bike ne'er-do-wells. He's like, they're mini motorcycles. That's the thing. And for whatever reason, I don't know that they're treated that way. And so you got to be smart. And a lot of kids aren't smart. I mean, if I was 13 or 14, I probably would have loved one of those too. But I would have been fully under the thumb of, my parents saying, do this, don't do that. So Jake's like, it's a big thing out here. They weave in and out of traffic. They're popping wheelies through stop signs. And, a lot of parents kind of turn a blind eye to it. Well, that one kid, 14, not even supposed to be on it legally, hits an 81-year-old pedestrian, veteran. I always think of those. Those are the, I guess it's extra poignant because it's a veteran, but still, even the younger guys, I think about these dudes who've done like multiple tours overseas, You use a younger generation as an example. Maybe you're talking Desert Storm, maybe you're talking Afghanistan. These guys who just went multiple times and survived and came back. And then they get killed in like a bar fight or something.
Right.
Right? Like they bump a guy's shoulder and it was the wrong guy. It's weird. But thank you, Jake. Jake's a day one BC on the iHeartRadio app. If you are a listener from out of state, tell me where you do it. Make sure you're on the map. Yeah, but Jake was one of the first 10. Ryan's in Seattle. Darren's out in Honolulu. Brittany's in Austin, Texas. And Steven is in Taylorsville, Kentucky. Hey, AJ.
Hey, good afternoon, Alan.
What's going on, man?
So, I first want to tell you I'm not one that likes the taste of crow, so I've lived my life trying very hard not to eat very much of it, but it's been bothering me because I as well have been a day one listener. And when you first came on, when you replaced Maxwell, I called you, and boy, I gave you the riot act, and you handled it like a champ. You said, give me a chance.
Yeah.
You don't even know me.
Yeah.
You never even heard me. And I said, screw you. I don't. Where's Maxwell? And it was terrible. So I have listened to you this entire time, and I've loved it. And I've watched you go through all these iterations of your show and bounce back from, losing guys and getting guys, losing girls and getting girls, and just handling all of it like a champ. So, though it's over a decade and a half late, I sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, apologize to you, sir. You are a gentleman, a scholar, and a professional at what you do.
AJ, listen, pal, I can't tell you how much you should huff my taint, you ungrateful, you ingrate, you keep me waiting for 16 years, AJ. We've come full circle now. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Oh, thank you, AJ. I appreciate it. No, listen, when shows...
you, man.
Thank you, brother. When shows change, people are emotional about it. I get it, right? When this show's gone, Rob, people are going to be emotional for probably a good 48 hours. And then they'll get over it.
It was the first show I ever listened to was Maxwell. The first time working, first time, listening to a radio show. I fell in love with it, and I'm like, who the hell is this guy? And I listened the entire time. Like, I did give you a chance and never called back, because I felt so guilty about giving you the riot act on the phone that day. I'd never even called a radio show before. So,
well, fortunately, that stuff, that kind of stuff for us on this side, that kind of stuff's baked into the cake, AJ. So I don't think I would have given it a second thought, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I'm sure that you didn't, but I've been thinking about it all this time because I think that you are very talented, and I jumped the gun, and I wanted you to know that I'm sorry. And you've had a fan since I hated you.
It was an emotional time for all of us, AJ, but we've come out as better people, haven't we?
We have.
All right. Thank you, pal.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. You too.
Boy, he couldn't have been thinking about it too hard to wait 16 years to make that call.
He wanted to be sure, Rob.
He's just making sure.
He wanted to be
Every
sure.
day he's like,
yep.
I'm on the fence. Today could be the day I'm going to call. Nah. No.
Hey, life gets in the way, man.
I was going to call you a couple of weeks ago, but you kept putting some dude named, I don't know, from Corning, New York. I don't know what his name is, but you keep putting him on, and I'm like,
Yeah. Some days it's great. Other days it's the worst crap I've ever heard. So,
you can huff my taint.
It's really that equilibrium that makes it.
The world is about balance.
Still. Well, and I told people this at the time. I never heard Maxwell's show. I didn't. I wasn't some guy from Des Moines getting his big break, right?
Right.
Like I was coming in from Chicago, and I've been in some other places as well. And so you have to get your feet wet, and you have to get acclimated to that audience. A lot of them are going to leave. Some of them are going to stay. But to me, it's just you can never take it personally when people are like AJ. But yeah, 16 years, that's pretty wild. Well, thank you, AJ. I appreciate it. Here's to another 16 years, Rob.
Hey-o.
Boy, and what bad timing for AJ to be coming to me now on the very clear downslope of my career, Rob. But listen, better late than never.
He was already there.
You got me right before the guillotine, baby. I got money. It's $1,000. You can be a day one listener. You can be you can have just started listening, and you have an equal chance of winning this money. So I hope that you do. Last couple of keywords here for the day from the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Media. That's media. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I get all kinds of weird public releases, right? Across a wide variety of things, and some of them are weirder than others. You'll get stuff for, from the National Broccoli Council or whatever. They got some stuff they want to tell you. But I got one today for, and this is the weirdest collection of words I've seen in a minute, but I guess everybody should get their attaboys. The National Barber Mental Health Awareness Day.
Wow. That's a lot.
Today. Listen, you'd be hard-pressed. You don't want to leave any group out of paying attention to your mental health, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've all heard the story about how, and I think that it was probably urban legend maybe, but dentists had a very high suicide rate, right? Because the theory was they were constantly inflicting pain on other people. I don't know if that's true, but it made for a good anecdote along the way. I have never once, no shade, I have never once thought about the overall mental health of the barber industry. But they sent me a press release, Rob. The Associated Hair Professionals of America sent me their press release. And they want people on this day to pay special attention to the struggles that barbers endure. I mean, the one that comes to mind is the one of Fleet Street, the demon barber of Fleet Street with the meat pies. Who was that guy?
You got me, man.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's all right. No Broadway fans around here? I guess you guys don't do any Sweeney Todd numbers in Sushi Roll, do you, Jeff? Probably a safe assumption.
Yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Okay.
None of that. I'll ask for it.
Listen, national, and maybe you're somebody who works in the barber industry, right? Maybe you've never even considered your own mental health. Maybe do it, though. Because think about it. You talk to anyone who works in, as a stylist or a hairdresser, an esthetician, anything like that, a lot of times they're kind of impromptu therapists, aren't they? Like there is a level, people tell things to their hairstylist or whatever that they wouldn't say to anyone else. The girl who does my Brazilian waxes, Rob, I say things to her that I would never say out loud to another human being.
Like, ouch.
Ouch.
And not on my taint.
No, especially on my taint.
Oh, right,
This is
right.
a Brazilian wax.
Okay, my fault.
Yes.
I missed that part.
I need it from pole to hole. And so you've got to pay attention to those people's mental health, right? Think about that. I mean, I'm gorgeous down there, but those people are looking at some real horror shows. Yeah. But this is barbers. And so, they're like, barbers may struggle silently, like so many other people. It's a high-energy, creative environment, and their problems might not rise to the surface. So it's fine. It's like anything else, but I'm like, what a weird press release to get. National Barber Mental Health, not National Barber Day, National Barber Mental Health Awareness Day. So, I don't know if maybe chugging barbicide is a big problem in that community, Rob. I don't know. But it's worth paying attention to and looking into. The most popular topics that clients discuss with people when they treat them like therapists is their own mental health. These people just want to cut your hair, man.
That's
right?
it.
It's just barbers in particular. If you drill down to the sweet science, you're talking about, hipsters who wanted to open up a little brick and mortar thing. Their own mental health or sex, things like that. So keep that in mind today. Hey, Darnell.
Hey, Alan. How are you doing?
What's going on, Darnell? What's up?
Nothing much. By the way, my uncle wants to be a barber, but he's doing his best.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
I hope
Also,
you don't
I'm
being a blind person, Darnell. I think it's safe for me to say I hope that you don't have any aspirations of entering the barber business.
No,
Okay, good.
not me. I can't cut hair for nothing.
Right. Okay.
So what I'm doing, I'm trying to actually stay cool, and we're getting ready for the anticipating severe incoming weather. So
Okay. Now, how do you hunker down for that? I guess I didn't realize that it was imminent. How do you hunker down for that?
Well, there's not much that we can do. The other thing we can do is sit down, and if anything comes, the best thing is to stay away from windows. I actually have to close the bathroom window in case of another hailstorm if we do get one of these.
All right. Well, listen. You want to make sure you get the proper ventilation in there, Darnell. Storm or no?
Yeah, I got. There's a couple fans in this room going. One on my uncle's side, and one on my side. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, good. All right. Well, okay. Make sure all those. Are you out of breath? What the hell is happening, Darnell? Are you okay? Are you all ready?
No,
is there...
I'm okay.
Okay.
Are we expecting massive storms, Darnell?
Yeah, I think we are.
Yeah, we are. I watched 19, so they're saying about 6 to 10 is the probable chances for storms. I think maybe
6 to 10 what?
PM.
Oh, time-wise.
10
Yeah.
PM.
6 p.m.
Time-wise,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
So
listen.
we're trying to look at that. I have Scanner Radio. I have an app called Scanner Radio.
Oh my God! Tornado!
Yeah. Hopefully we don't get those, but the threat is low. It's not a zero, but it's low.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Okay, listen, Darnell, I want you to shelter in place. I want you to take cover, and I want you to be safe, okay?
We'll do our best, man.
All right, thank you. There's Darnell Robb calling apparently to give us a weather update and what's going on.
Well, I appreciate that very, very much.
Let us know that his uncle aspires to be a barber. Thank you, Darnell. That's, he's provided us so much entertainment over the years.
You didn't ask if the uncle was also blind.
Who?
You just said Darnell wasn't able to be a barber because he was blind. You didn't ask if the uncle was also blind who had aspirations of being a barber.
I inferred that he wasn't.
I
That's
agree,
a good question
but,
to ask.
I just feel like,
Yeah.
sometimes when you assume you make I forget the rest.
Same.
Yeah.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, speaking of Darnell, Brian, listen, he might not be blind, but you kind of wonder if he's deaf.
Yeah.
He has left me a bunch of songs overnight. I pulled one for you. This is another one that I recall simply because my mom had the album. You're talking late 70s, early 80s. Now, what Brian does with it, the song, I guarantee will not come to you unless you can really suss out the lyrics.
Has there been a moment there I put you down, played around, I even apologize for being, as they say, lost to know and has to show when someone is in your eyes.
You'll never figure it out, right?
No, I don't know what that's.
How did I figure it out?
I don't know.
Because my mom was a big Barbra Streisand fan.
Oh, okay.
That's how I knew
right.
it. Barbra Streisand, late 70s, early 80s. She really got lightning in a bottle. She had a couple of albums with Barry Gibb. They were the biggest albums of her career. She had an album called Guilty, and he co-wrote some with her and did a bunch of duets. One of them, big hit. That's what Brian is singing. It was called What Kind of Fool. It was her and Barry Gibb.
Has there been a moment there I put you down?
I can't believe that's not self-evident to you, Rob.
No.
That that's the song.
Has there been a moment there I put you down, played around, I even apologize for being, as they say, lost to know and has to show when someone is in your eyes. So what kind of fool tears it up, tears it up?
This was my mom played this album a lot because it was basic. She was a big Barbra Streisand fan, and this was basically like the album sounded like Barbra Streisand fronting the Bee Gees. You know what I mean? Like it was kind of disco-y and what kind of fool? Anyway, thank you, Brian. Probably not anything to anyone else, but when he threw that one, I was like, this one maybe.
Yeah, Brian got me with that one. I never, ever, ever heard that song.
There really is no middle ground with Brian. You either recognize it instantly as a hit, or you're so deep in the weeds that, I have to rely on my childhood brain and the albums my mom was playing. Hey, WMMS presenting Black Label Society. Just saw these guys at Sonic Temple. Unbelievable. Love Zach Wilde. Rocking that kilt to this day. And they're on tour all summer. MMS presenting Black Label and the American Crusade Tour with Zach Sabbath. That's him paying homage to Ozzy and Tony and those guys. And Dark Chapel is rounding it out. It's a Sunday night. You got to sit on these for a minute. September the 13th at Jacobs Pavilion. Tickets, info, all that at axs.com. So come and get them. Caller 10. We'll see you there. A 2 for Black Label Society this fall. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS. The odds of winning $1,000 with the Buzzard Bookie? Gotta be better than gas prices going down anytime soon. It's like spinning the worst slot machine ever. We'll give you 9 chances a day to win.
You think you're powerful and smart? You're a fucking idiot.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I got those Cavs playoff tickets for you. Now, if you are getting your notifications on the iHeartRadio app, you will get a little heads up as to when I'm going to do it. Everybody else, you're just going to hear me do it when I do it here on the show. But if you want to prep a little bit, make sure that your notifications are on. It will be a different time every day, but I will have a pair for you for Game 3. Game 1 is tonight on WMMS. It's Cavs Knicks, of course. That's an 8 o'clock tip-off, so 7:30 pregame is when that will begin. Game 2 on Thursday night. They will come back home for Games 3 and 4. Those will be Saturday and Monday, respectively. So, every afternoon this week at a different time, I will have playoff tickets for you for Saturday night's game. Now, the watch parties for the first 2 games are at the Rocket Arena, I believe. Sometimes they're out off-site somewhere, but this time around they are at the arena. I think you throw them a couple of bucks, you watch it on the Humongotron, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's $5 or something like that. It's a nothing thing to go
Finn
watch
gets
that
you
in
in,
person.
baby.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Ain't bad at all. Hey, 2 days in a row for Rubestar. Hello?
Alan?
Is this Rubestar?
Yeah, are we live?
Yes.
Alan, I told you a story yesterday about growing up in the 80s with a cultist, sister.
Mm-hmm. Have they come back to it? Have they come back to exact their revenge?
No, I wanted to add to the story a little bit, the absurdity of my early childhood.
Mm-hmm.
So, I come from a really large family, and my mom would get really mad because we'd watch so much TV, and she'd say, if you guys don't stop watching TV, I'm going to cut the cord. And the day came that she actually did cut the cord on the TV, and my sister's cabin in the woods didn't have running water, but it did have electricity, so we'd have to run through the woods at night in the dark to watch a TV show and then run back. And that TV show was The Fall Guy.
Mm-hmm. And it was worth all the running, Rubestar?
I just, looking back at it today, it's so absurd that you would, that was the highlight of your week, Wednesday night, The Fall Guy.
Did you ever get around to seeing the movie? They did it with Ryan Gosling, and it was much better than it had to be.
No, I never did see that. And, this Ryan Gosling, a lot of people really like him.
Yes,
they sure do seem
he's
to like him,
proven
yeah.
to be a very bankable movie star. Seems like a nice guy off camera. He's funny. He does Saturday Night Live, always goes viral for those. Of course, you might recall if you were running around the woods there watching The Fall Guy, you might remember that was the first time we saw young Marky Post, Rubestar. Remember her? She'd show up on Night Court later on, but Marky Post on The Fall Guy.
She was like the Bond agent, right, or something? She would give Lee Majors the job?
Something like that, yeah.
Wait, she gave him a job?
Yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, there were a couple, because
yeah.
it was only on for 5 or 6 years. They had a couple of seasons where they were kind of rotating out the ladies. But Marky Post was in there, too.
I know she was on an episode of Buck Rogers, all-time favorite, Buck Rogers.
Erin Gray was my first celebrity crush as a kid. They were like, who's the first
Erin
TV
Gray.
woman who you whacked it to? Rob, it was Erin Gray. She was Wilma Deering on Buck Rogers, and that was the first one. First, I'd rub one out to Twickie, and then I'd rub one out to Wilma Deering. Right. Of course, that was Mel Blanc's voice, and that made it all the more problematic. Thank you, Rubestar. I appreciate the call, pal. You forget that Marky Post is dead, by the way. Late, great Marky Post.
That Mel Blanc voice. Every time you hear Bugs Bunny, you get a weird random boner.
I don't know if I'd call it random. That's why I watched a lot of. That's why I watched a lot of Warner Brothers.
I got a
Rob.
purposeful boner.
Yeah, it was by design.
What about Buck? Someone isn't gonna like that.
Well, at least Twiggy's on my side.
Remember Buck Rogers? You too young for that.
Too young.
Twiggy.
That one I did miss.
Yeah. It was Mel Blanc. It was Gil Gerard, and Mel Blanc did Twiggy. But I was a kid, and I really liked it. Was a movie first, I think, and then they turned it into a television series. And Mel Blanc didn't do, I don't know if he died halfway through. I don't know when Mel Blanc died, but he originally did that voice, and then he didn't. So this has been the history of Mel Blanc doing robot voices on television with the Alan Cox Show.
Well done.
Thank you. Well, no, listen. I contain multitudes. Where was I? Oh, Cavaliers. Cavs next tonight. If you don't care about what sport is that? Basketball. Baseball's over on 1100. They are in Detroit, play the Tigers. They win last night. Guardians, they did, 8-2. Well done. Second of 4. But Cavs playoff basketball here tonight on the Buzzard. I was reading that what did they say? The Cavs have, quote, no answer defensively for the Jalen Brunson problem.
Yeah, did you see where that was written?
I thought it was Cleveland.com.
Oh, was it? I saw an article that was posted on like a Knicks fan forum thing, and they were just completely lighting up the Cavs and how it was going to be a walk in the park for the Knicks. I saw that article earlier. It was all on my Instagram.
I mean, the Knicks are favored overall.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Cavs defense has no answer. Yeah, that was maybe they picked it up from there. I saw it at Cleveland.com, but maybe they were just parroting what was going on in New York media. ESPN polled 11 of its writers, and 8 of them took the Knicks. Of the 3 to take the Cavs, 2 of them had the series going to 7 games. 1 went with the Cavs in 6. Might surprise you to know, all of the staff members of the New York Post picked the Knicks.
No.
Well, what are you going to do? Anywho, Jalen Brunson is a force. And you throw in Clyde Frazier. Is he on the Knicks? Patrick Ewing. You throw him in to the mix. Holy cow. That's going to be pushing a rock uphill.
I think Cavs win tonight. That's my hot take of the day. I think Cavs walk away with the surprise W right out of the chute.
Mm-hmm. Alan, being a stylist, you talk about today being Barber Mental Health Day. Being a stylist is one of the few jobs where you touch people all day. I swear the energy transfer really affects us. So this is a stylist, Rob, and that they're touching people all day long.
Thank you for your service.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Well, I mean, they're
It's true.
Yeah, they're rubbing your head, and you know. Wes in Lorain, Ohio. Alan AJ called, said he had been listening to the show for the past 16 years. Unfortunately, so have I. I didn't know a turd could last that long. LOL, just kidding. Rob.
At least he lulled you.
I'll tell you what, you want to talk about being touched all day long. I have been touched. I got some food news, by the way. Oh, this might bum you out to know if you got a dog in this fight, but they have asked people in advance. You know, there's all these food articles because of Memorial Day coming up. So all these, hot takes on grilling, if you pardon the pun, and all that kind of stuff. And so they were asking, what kind of food are people getting and blah, blah, blah. It turns out that, in fact, nobody out-pizzas the Hut. They are far and away the number one pizza chain in the United States. Now, is it because they have the most? Do they still have the most locations? I couldn't tell you the last time I had Pizza Hut. And even as someone who enjoys pizza, it is a hometown delicacy where I'm from. I don't care for deep dish, even though that's what Chicago's known for. I like thin crust. However, I don't consider myself a pizza snob. Pizza's got to be real bad for me to not like it. And there are a couple of places in Northeast Ohio that everybody gets all moist in the shorts for. I'm not going to call them out because they're trying to run a business. But there are a couple that come to mind that are almost universally loved, and I think they stink.
Oh, yeah.
Overpriced, taste like the box, no thanks. But Pizza Hut, as far as chains go, number one. Followed by Domino's. What else? Little Caesars.
Yeah, that's got to be based on size, right?
I guess. My complaint is I wish that there were more Hungry Howie's locations in Northeast Ohio. I like them a lot.
I've never heard of that.
More of a Michigan thing, but Domino's is too. You go out to Domino Farms up there in 23, but Hungry Howie's is great. And Little Caesar, all these. Like again, I'm not a snob, but I haven't had any of those in quite some time. Marco's, that's the big one around here.
Yeah.
Right?
Just chains, right? Like
chains, yeah, they're talking about chains. I mean, I guess up until recently, I thought Marco's was like just in Northeast Ohio, but that was somewhere halfway across the country, and there's Marco's. So for people who are like, yeah, just call up and order one, somebody who's not too precious about what they're putting in their mouth, and I don't know if you've looked around, Rob, but it doesn't look like a lot of people are too precious about what they're putting in their mouth. Also, if are you planning like a big old thing? Do you do a big thing on Memorial Day in front of the grill, sweating it out?
I mean, I'll cook, but no, it's nothing crazy.
Well, if you are still not finished with your grocery list, just remember, Spam hot dogs are out this year.
Oh, boy.
The Spam dog. They just launched this at the National Restaurant Association show, or NRAS, in Chicago. They've gone from canned meat to hot dogs. And so if you thought, boy, I really like this, I wish this jellied meat could be in log form. That's what they're doing now.
Boy, are you in luck.
Are they putting it in like a hot dog casing kind of thing?
It looks exactly like a hot dog. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Get yourself a King's Hawaiian bun and you might be having a high old time. I can't believe they haven't done it till now. The Spam dog. It's premiering as we speak. That big convention is this weekend, and then they're going to roll it out for Memorial Day. Now, if you're somebody who doesn't care for Spam in general, it's a versatile meat. I'm saying meat in air quotes. It might be your last hot dog. But as people are going to be forced to make different choices as the Trump economy continues to crater and food prices continue to go up, people are going to have to make different choices. And those Spam dogs are going to start to sound real good. There's some place, for our bureau chiefs in Hawaii, Spam's all they do out there. We've talked about Spam before.
Yeah.
At length. And these are a little longer. So the Spam dogs are going to be out there. Also, if you are traveling, let's say you're flying, talking about prices going up. If you're flying, remember the TSA is apparently, I was reading a thing about how they're really pretty low-key about rotisserie chickens. There's all kinds of things you can't bring on. And I don't mean weapons. We've all seen that giant, framed thing at Hopkins of all the, all of the weapons that were taken by TSA and things like that. People trying to get katanas onto a friggin' plane. But rotisserie chickens, however much you can handle. And they say it's just because they don't really have as many hard and fast rules about food. You'll have people that, the old story about somebody bringing on like hard-boiled eggs in a Ziploc bag onto a plane, or they just got on after having gotten a friggin' tuna fish wrap.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. It's really nice.
I don't have a problem. If somebody's sitting next to me, and you know me, Rob, I go right for the middle seat. If somebody on either side of me is sitting there, tucking into a tuna fish wrap, I don't begrudge them that. If the worst thing that happens to me is the guy or lady next to me smells like fish, so what? But you can obviously there's some things you can't take on, but you can bring rotisserie chickens, as many as you can fit into your carry-on, they said. There's people who, they go to Costco or these other places, they swear by the rotisserie chickens. And so just keep in mind, if you're going to be traveling over the summer, if you're going to be traveling for Memorial Day weekend. And you are also partial to rotisserie chickens. I don't even know if you need to check in with the TSA.
Hey, how many chickens can I bring?
Excuse me, sir. It sounded like you said rotisserie chickens.
Is this the TSA?
It is, yeah.
How many chickens can how many rotisserie chickens can I bring?
How many? Well, it is different than if you were bringing live chickens on board. So I'm going to have to check. Hold on, please.
Well, one's live. Mine's marinated in a Ziploc bag.
Oh, okay. Hold.
With a protein shake.
Okay, hold, please. 4.
Well. Hello?
Hi.
How many can I take?
Hold, please.
Oh, my God. We got the rotisserie chicken guy on the phone again.
Sir, it appears you can bring 4 rotisserie chickens.
4 rotisserie chickens?
Yes.
What if they were cooked on a spit, but
Hold,
they didn't
please.
turn?
Did you say they wouldn't turn?
They didn't turn.
Okay, hold, please.
I believe the turning is fundamental to the
I said hold, please, sir. I can't talk to this guy. It's just driving me crazy. It's like the 13th time he's called today. 8, sir.
8?
Yes.
I only need to bring 9.
Oh, you're gonna have to eat one of them in the terminal, and then you can get on board with the other 8.
All right. They're all marinated. They're in Ziploc bags.
A lot of sodium in those.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I'm on an all-sodium diet.
Okay, hold, please.
And that's what it would sound like if a guy with a lot of rotisserie chickens called the Transportation Security Administration.
He just keeps calling. He just keeps calling. That's
he
the joke.
loves him some chicken. So, yeah, it's if you got that Kirkland signature rotisserie chicken, walk it right in the plane. That would bother that pervasive chicken smell, right? It smells good initially, but then when it starts to sit, when it starts to linger, that's what I'd rather be sitting next to a guy with a tuna wrap.
It starts to coagulate. All that jelly starts to form in the bottom.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
I don't care rotisserie chicken, though, man. That is a good flavor. I spent most of my life thinking I hated it. I was like, it's fine.
It's okay.
And then I had one recently, like maybe within the last year. I was like, those things are pretty good.
Well, if you're going to do any traveling, you can take them wherever you want. Take them right on the plane. You don't even have to put them in cargo. Alan chain pizza places suck. Well, yeah.
Another hot take.
But also the survey was about people's favorite chain places. So
if I'm going to go and eat that type of pizza, and it usually happens like, after a wedding, something like that, like it's late, you're hammered, you're at a hotel, I'm going Domino's. That's my go-to if I'm going to eat that type of pizza. I'm going straight Domino's.
Why that? Because back in the day, I remember it being terrible, and then I feel like they kind of upped their game, or they had a whole marketing campaign leaning into like, hey, we've kind of stunk for a while.
I'm not sure it's any better.
I thought that was Papa John's.
What's that?
Same thing. I mean, they both went through that same type of thing.
Oh, I didn't know Domino's did.
Yeah, Domino's, they had that reinvent themselves. We're using better ingredients. Yeah. I think that's actually what they say now. Better ingredients, better something.
That's
that might
Papa
be Papa
John's.
Okay, I don't care. It's the same trash,
it
Jess.
rhymes.
It's the same pizza you eat after a wedding when you're drunk.
I just remember them saying it tasted like cardboard.
In their advertisements, they did.
Yes. I think Domino's did the same thing. If I recall there being an ad campaign where they switched up their stuff and they made a whole point of, hey, you know what? For a long time, we did this wrong, so now we're doing it better. Maybe it's Papa John's. I don't know. Domino's is what I get if I'm ever ordering from a chain.
All right. Well, of course, now everybody's going to troll me and ask, why isn't Papa Giuseppe's on the list? Because we closed many years ago. And you know why? I don't have to tell you. We've gone over it millions of times. Poor marketing, bad decision-making. Food was great. Nobody cared.
From under-crusted meatballs. It's a delicacy. Papa Giuseppe's Chicken Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
Right. Now, we called it a pizzatorium, but we didn't sell that many pizzas.
The name is perfect.
Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
Yes. I mean, it's just, what more? You guys, you went right for it. You had it all in the name.
Everything old is new again. Maybe it's time to reboot Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth, the PGTPP.
You've had worse ideas.
Recently named #1 on a list of the worst restaurants in America. But hey, it's something. Papa Giuseppe's Checkered Tablecloth Pizzatorium.
Yeah, that wasn't going to get us in Zagat's. That did not. Hey, Mike, in South Carolina, my screen says you're a retired TSA agent.
No, I'm a retired guy, but I had to work another year to get my Social Security when I moved down from OHIO.
Oh, okay.
Anyhow, let me tell you, we're a big, big port. Boatloads of international shipping, in and out, in and out. Cruise ships, in and out. If you've ever been on a cruise, they like to introduce the 25 to 30 nationalities represented, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ought to God the food they bring on trying to get on a jet. We used to sit there and have to use masks. It stinks. That Laotians, Cambodians, Indians, and this food is coming through, and yeah, they're allowed to take it, but how the hell does anybody sit next to them on the airplane? Terrible.
Well, yeah, I guess you figure that out. I mean, I can say I haven't knowingly been seated next to a Laotian tucking into any native delicacies, but
we're checking IDs so we know where they come from.
Yeah.
But the key is, it's like the poor guys work a ship, and what they do is 6 months on, they fly them home for 6 months. Same thing on the cargo ships and all that. So you get a lot of people flying out of a little tiny airport.
But Mike, did anything ever come through that smelled amazing, and you asked them what it was and how you could get some?
Negative. And I sure as hell would have. I'm like not that shy. I would have went, ooh, boy, does that smell good? No, nothing.
Wow.
But I mean, you can smell it the whole line. People in line trying to get through X-ray are going, what the hell's that smell? And yeah, you know, kind of crazy. But
Understood.
You're absolutely on. You know, the food, the idea, food is food until you get stinky food. And what the hell?
Yes. It's those Chipotle pancakes that I love so much, Rob, that really stink up the fuselage. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. Alan, don't forget that Spam Dog is on that Dark Star Orchestra tour. All right, well, good to know. Chicago's very own Grateful Dead tribute band. Hey, Lewis Black. I love this guy. Anytime Lewis Black is on the road, you're going to have a wild night. He is on the Off the Rails tour and coming back to Cleveland. He's doing the Northfield Park Racino this fall, Friday, October 20th. Lewis Black never disappoints. We need him now more than ever. LiveNation.com for the info. Want this pair of tickets? Be caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Another $1,000 for you on the way. Keep your ears peeled. That next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie is on the way at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero
I crave the hero.
Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Showers and thunderstorms tonight down to 56 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, temperatures falling to around 55. And then mostly sunny on Thursday with a high Thursday of 61.
This report is sponsored by DraftKings Sportsbook.
This Memorial Day, honor those who have served and play free for a shot at a share of $5,000 with DraftKings. Enter the free basketball conference championship pool, and for every entry, DraftKings will donate $5 to Vets in Tech, up to $100,000. DraftKings serves teams up with several organizations to support veterans in building careers in tech and navigating life beyond service. To date, DraftKings has donated millions while supporting thousands of veterans, and they're not done yet. Visit DraftKings.com/veterans and enter today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. called 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 21 and over, 18 and over in D.C., Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. Terms at DraftKings.com/veterans.
Your one stop for advertising? Call 844-844-iHeart.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every neighborhood has its own story. And at Grandview Homes, we know them all. We bought thousands of properties in the communities we are proud to call home. As a trusted neighbor, it's in our best interest to look out for your best interest. Get your no-obligation offer at grandviewhomes.com today.
Hey, it's Alan, talking cars with Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, with the price of new cars, I'm thinking used.
Alan, I would be doing the same.
What about car history? Can I rely on that Carfax report?
Carfax is a good resource, but it doesn't tell the whole story.
So how do I minimize the risk?
Know and trust the seller. At Claiborne, we utilize multiple resources to evaluate a used car and then ask a simple question. Would we buy it for our family? If yes, we offer it to the public. No, we wholesale it to another dealer.
Trust the Claiborne team to be your advocate.
Saving money on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Menards has a huge selection of bagged concrete and mortar mixes. Whether you're pouring a walkway, a concrete slab, or setting a post, we have the right product at the best price to complete your project. Shop our entire selection of concrete mixes and supplies in-store and on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
One moment, one crash, one injury. It can take away everything. K&R helps Ohio families through their hardest moments, standing strong when it matters most. When you're hurt in a car, you call K&R.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Michelob Ultra's soccer shootout is giving fans the chance to win tickets to the FIFA World Cup 26. Join me Thursday at the Backyard in Brunswick from 7 to 9. Details at WMMS.com. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly, 21 and over.
Are you undecided about your future and overwhelmed by the options? Well, don't worry. You're not alone. Lorain County Community College has helped thousands of students just like you find their future career. From short-term training programs to transfer options all the way to bachelor degrees, our programs are designed to set you up for future success. Lorain County Community College. Your goals, your career, your future. Enroll today.
Hey, it's Alan. A listener just sent me a picture. Hey, look what I got for under $3 at McDonald's. The under $3 menu at McDonald's rolled out. Doesn't matter when you go. If you're there in the morning, $3 classics like the sausage McMuffin, sausage biscuit, hash browns. They're later in the day, under $3. Get a McChicken, a McDouble, small fries. Limited time, get a sausage McMuffin for $1.50 or a McDouble sandwich for $2.50. You choose curbside, front counter, or drive-thru. Nothing like something from the under $3 menu at McDonald's. Prices and participation may vary.
Two guys.
Up there, whether you graduated in 95, 05, or just last year, we've got a playlist for your class too. Search Class of and the year you graduated on the free iHeartRadio app and relive your glory days, one song at a time.
I met Alan.
Did you?
I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country, I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. Peaches come from a can, they were put there by a man in a factory.
When I was in Columbus for Sonic Temple, I pulled into this little place to get something to eat in the morning, and across the street, I don't know if there's more than one, I don't know if it's a chain or what, but across the street from this little place, it was called the Peach House, Haus. You ever heard of the Peach House?
No.
It is a glute-only gym.
Okay.
It's an ass gym.
No, I got it. Just confused as to why.
Did you go inside?
No, I was across the street. I went across the street to,
Great ass!
They're clearly catering to ladies, right? That are trying to get their cakes up and running. You might recall, Rob, I never skip squat day, do my glute bridges, all that stuff. Cotton Ball's pointing out, my cakes are thicker than zoo glass.
Yeah.
But also, now I did from across the street kind of look into the window, and I just saw women it was like Pilates or, they were doing a glute thing, obviously, as the name implies, but it's literally called Peach House Glute Gym. And they refer to themselves as Ohio's first glute fitness studio. Now, I should have gone over, but it was like I was trying to get something to eat. But I was also reading, I would not have been surprised for there have been a lot of guys in there because more and more guys, I should clarify, more and more straight guys are working on their ass, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make sure that you got them cakes up and running. And they said it's part of the secret to men's longevity is making sure that ass is tight. You get yourself a good foundation, right? I mean, that's supposed to be the whole lower body. You skip leg day at your own peril. You got to have a foundation on that house.
It's tight. Like a twiga.
You got to keep it nice and tight. But there was a whole thing in the Wall Street Journal about how the big secret to men's longevity these days is making sure that you're attending to that ass. Rock solid glutes. So I don't know if there's a Peach House up here, but it might be worth looking into. Remember, as you get older, you can never be too strong and you can never be too flexible. So those are your two big determiners of how well you're going to age. How strong do you stay and how flexible do you stay? The guy who does my massages, Rob, he's from Ghana, and he's always very complimentary about how flexible I am for my age.
You have a great ass, sir.
And he makes it sound like a compliment, but the words themselves aren't as much of a compliment maybe as they are.
Great ass!
But you got to make sure that those peaches stay in the basket. You can't... Hello?
Huh?
Oh, maybe it's him. Maybe it's my masseur.
Yeah. Heard you were talking about
me
massaging your buttocks.
Great ass!
Now, he doesn't massage my buttocks, but he puts me in he contorts me when he's stretching me out, Rob.
Go on.
God. Anywho, down there in Columbus, I just happened to be across the street from the Peach House Glute Gym. I was like, wow, good for you.
Rob, while he's stretching me out. Down there, he said.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
No, he's putting my knee in my chin or that kind of stuff,
Yeah, keep going.
Rob,
it's getting better.
And I pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
I pay for it.
It's getting better by the second.
Yes. It's fine. He's all right. He's very skilled at what he does and worth every penny. I'm very stressed, Rob.
It's the sound of me silently judging you.
What, that I get a massage?
Just keep,
Oh,
no,
really?
no, I think the massage is fine.
From a man. I don't
A
care.
lot of
I don't care.
Things you're saying are just,
I've gotten terrible massages from women, and I've gotten great massages from men. What do I want somebody who knows what they're doing.
My masseuse likes to stretch me out down there.
He's a masseur.
A masseur.
Not a masseuse.
My masseur likes to stress me out downstairs.
So he's flexible.
Well, yes.
He brags about how
he's complimentary about my. That's important to
that
me.
Flexibility
That's
on
important to me.
Alan Cox's flexibility.
He doesn't know who I am, other than I'm one of his clients.
Oh no, he's already called in, told me all about this.
Does not know who I am.
I stretch him out constantly.
Oh God. I mean, you don't want. We talked about this. You don't want to be a straight line from the shoulder to the heel. You don't want to have a couple of pancakes down there, Rob.
Well, I did now I see. Now you're throwing your jabs because I don't have an ass.
Well,
I
just
see.
got thighs.
I see.
But you said that. I wouldn't know. I'm not looking at your.
Sure, you're not. I got a great backyard. No, I don't have an ass worth bragging about whatsoever. But that's okay.
Great ass. But you want to make sure that you're trying to maintain one.
Right.
I think. Right.
Yes.
And again, it's always gay dudes who are ahead of that curve. Pardon the pun. So it's the article I was reading is that more straight guys are understanding the value of keeping yourself. And I don't mean aesthetically. I mean like a foundationally strong and flexible. It's a very important thing. I'll be 55 next month. Got to stay flexible. My grandma lived she was almost 103. She was living in a 2-story condo, still going up by herself, still going up and down the stairs. Now, as I say it out loud, of course, the logical conclusion would be that my grandmother probably had a couple of amazing cheeks, Rob.
I was just about to say it, but I was holding it in.
I don't know that. I'm only inferring that. She had the cheeks, and what did my grandfather have?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh. Hey, Woody. Speaking of a great ass, there's Woody. How about that, boy? This guy.
Great ass.
Hey, some people call me the Space Cowboy.
Woody, no one calls you the Space Cowboy.
But they do call him the Gangster of Love.
Maurice.
Great ass.
Yes. Do I have that?
And it's all about lovey-dovey all the time.
Yes.
And I really love your
Not that.
peaches.
Yep.
What's new, Lash LaRue?
What's up, Woody? What's going on?
Nothing. I'm just sitting in traffic, coming across town. I thought I'd call and bother you guys. You were talking about pizza a little earlier ago.
Would you go to a glute gym, Woody?
I haven't been to gym in a long time.
Oh, really?
You don't say. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he used to sell the. But anyway, hey, listen. You're talking about pizza, then you're off on some sort of butt gym.
Yep.
But what's so weird to me is there's only 2 pizzas that I'll actually eat anymore, and one's probably barely food, which is Little Caesars, and the other is Citizen Pie over by the Beachland Ballroom, because that is the real McCoy, man.
Citizen Pie is legit, but you've really got to be in the mood for that. That's not just some flat thing of cheese when you're drunk. Citizen Pie is like when you want to eat pizza.
Yeah, right. It's when I first got turned on to it, I'm like, this ain't no joke, man. And I didn't realize that how important the dough is to making a zop.
You didn't,
man, I walked in there.
Woody. You're a grown man. You didn't know how important the dough was to pizza.
Well, no, it's pepperoni and sausage and some sauce that's not too sweet, and throw it down my gullet while I'm drinking.
This guy, Rob, he didn't know how important dough was. Otherwise, you would just take all of the ingredients, just eat it from your hands, right?
Yeah, that's what pizza is, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Woody. My head's exploding over here. I don't know what the hell's going on, Rob. Trying to keep up.
I fully understood him.
No, you didn't.
Yes, you did.
She probably did.
She absolutely did.
Yeah. Okay. Well, mazel tov. Hey, I got money here for you. It's $1,000. It's your second to last chance to win today. Keywords here from the Buzzard Bookie. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Coin. That's coin. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Listen, a shout out to our bureau chiefs in the great state of Wisconsin, specifically in Milwaukee, just up the road from me. When I was growing up, my brother grew up a diehard Brewers fan, You know, I chose the White Sox, Rob. My brother opted to choose a team even further up the road. My middle brother remains a diehard Milwaukee Brewers fan. And a lot of my family members, when they did drink, they drank something called Schlitz beer.
Uh-huh.
Did you guys have Schlitz
Sure
in
did.
New England? Okay.
Yeah.
They used to call it the beer that made Milwaukee famous. And they are shutting it down. The Pabst Brewing Company is not going to... They've shut Schlitz down after 177 years. The CEO said, quote, Schlemiel, Schlemazel. I don't know what any of that means, but okay. But back in the day, they were the biggest brewery in the country, and their whole tagline for a long time was the beer that made Milwaukee famous. And it's what everybody was drinking. And then, Prohibition comes in like the late 20s or whatever, but then it comes back. And they are cooking up one last batch on Sunday using the same recipe from 1948. And it will go away. Now, of course, Schlitz was ripe for calling it other names.
Yep.
It sounded very similar to Schlitz.
Yeah, you drink too much, you get the beer Schlitz.
For people who didn't like it, but there was all kinds of, for people who really enjoyed beer like that, there were all kinds of things like that in the Midwest. There was Ham's beer, but, there was always, again, my dad was not a guy who frequently drank, but I remember there was always in the, the garage, the basement fridge or whatever, there was always at least one or two random cans of Schlitz. And I don't know that I ever actually had any. Like when your dad would give you a sip of beer?
Oh, yeah.
Have some.
Never had any, huh?
He probably, if he was going to give me a sip, it was probably Schlitz.
Yeah, I've definitely had Schlitz. Numerous times.
But apparently they tried to kind of quietly do it, and somebody found out. They were going to quietly kind of discontinue it. And some people, all right.
Fine.
People who were partial to it thought that it should get a more appropriate send-off. So they're trying to make a really big deal about it. Plenty of other breweries have come and gone. But for 177 years, Rob, up there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they'll pour it one last time over the 4th of July weekend up there in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
But the end of the days for Schlitz. And I'm sure there are all kinds of beer aficionados who are, you can probably find maybe Sixers on eBay or something.
Get the Schlitz one final time.
All it takes is for me to mention the Glute Gym or mention anything along those lines, Rob, and we're bombarded by texts from our friend Leslie wanting you in those hoochie daddy shorts.
She always wants me in those
wants
shorts,
you in
man.
those hoochie daddy shorts.
She loves the idea of it. So
She said
sees
she always texts me in all caps when we're talking. Show us, Rob, you coward. It says.
Coward?
That's what I got you the goddamn shorts for, she says. In all caps, mind you.
Wow.
You got to give the female listeners what we want. All caps and multiple exclamation points. Show us your cheeks. All caps, separated by asterisks. So she's really trying to get the point across to you and doesn't care for you dismissing the notion. So something to think about. Maybe unbeknownst to us, Peach House is a thing up here too. Maybe somebody will get the bright idea in their head to open up a Peach House Cleveland. Maybe you and I should go in on it. And our marketing materials can be you in those hoochie daddy shorts. You've come so far already, Rob. You've lost so much weight. I'm not joking. Out here, and I've obviously seen you every day for a while, and it's less striking than somebody who hasn't seen you in a while. I'm sure there are people you haven't seen in a while, and they see you and they go, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Because you lost so much weight. But it was very apparent to me when I went out into the suite this morning, and you were talking to somebody else, and I was like, Rob is very thin now.
Wow.
You noticeably lost weight.
Noticeably lost weight, yeah. Well, I mean, definitely not thin, but
No.
yes, I mean, it thinner.
Oh, well, yeah, okay. Thinner.
Much thinner.
Right. Don't eat the pie. But maybe you cap it all off with a couple of big old scoops of ice cream back there.
get my cakes built.
Yes,
wear
that's
those
what
shorts
I'm saying.
she's talking
That's
about.
Right.
I'll look into it.
Cotton ball's doubling down, Rob. Alan, you don't need that gym. Those cakes are thicker than an elephant ankle. I like zoo glass, but
get zoo glass, elephant ankle. He's great. Those are great.
Those are pretty good.
Ways
I mean,
to see it, yeah.
I assume he means back there that I'm thicker than an elephant ankle, Rob.
I'm about to find out.
It would be unsightly and unwelcoming otherwise. My cheeks are on YouTube. Full display, Rob. Balls are in your court, as it were. I've got to take a break here. Oh,
yeah.
Do I have Cavalier's tickets to give away?
You sure do.
I have Cavs playoff tickets. That is unbelievable. Do I have Come On, Cavs? Come on, Cavs.
Come on, Cavs.
I don't know where it is. Hey,
Hap
listen.
on.
Games 1 and 2 are tonight and I think Thursday. In New York, Cavs, Knicks. It all gets going tonight. Games 3 and 4 will be back here at home. I will hook you up with 2 tickets for Saturday night's game. That's an 8 o'clock tip-off at the Rocket Arena. Caller number 10. These are yours. Simple enough. Game 3. Cavs. It would be amazing if they were coming back with 2 wins under their belts. Cavs, Knicks on Saturday night. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Register to win a pair of tickets to see Dimmu Borgir on the Grand Serpent Rising North American Tour. Thursday, August 13th at the Agora. Presented by WMMS's 2 Hours to Midnight. Open WMMS on the iHeartRadio app. Click the contest tab to register and get more info.
Your one stop for advertising? Call 844-844-iHeart.
You want me to whisper that name? Have you heard my home run call? Conrad's!
Step up to the plate and save at Conrad's. Get up to $180 back on a prepaid MasterCard by mail-in rebate with the purchase of a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone or Firestone tires when using your CFNA credit card. Plus, save on other top tire brands with mail-in rebates through May 31st. Visit econrads.com for more great deals and schedule your appointment today.
Conrad's. Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
It's finally time to get out and enjoy that nice weather in Northeast Ohio. What's that mean? The best deals are now at Kia of Streetsboro. Lease a brand new 2026 Kia K4 LXS for only $126 per month for 24 months. Or lease a brand new 2026 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive for only $129 per month for 24 months. Kia of Streetsboro's May sale is only going on now through May 31st. Don't wait. Make this May one to remember with Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro or KiaofStreetsboro.com, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro.com.
These offers are subject to taxes and applicable fees. Residency restrictions apply. Kia Forte K4 LXS offer requires $36.95 due at signing plus tax, tags, and title. For well-qualified buyers, 20 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. Expires 5/31/26. See dealer for additional details. Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive offer requires $47.99 due at signing plus tax, tags, and title. For well-qualified buyers, 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. Expires 5/31/26. See dealer for additional details. KMA rebates assigned to dealer.
What's up, fools? Main event Jey Uso here from the WWE. When it's just me between matches, it's day one-ish. And that means it's Chumba time. With hundreds of casino-style games and new titles arriving weekly, there's always something fresh to try at Chumba Casino. The daily boosts make it even more fun. And have me about to get them all during my downtime. Ready for a fun way to chill out and enjoy a few minutes for yourself? Let's Chumba.
No purchase necessary. VGW Group. Void where prohibited by law. See T's and C's. 21 plus. Sponsored by Chumba Casino.
Shop at Meijer with MPerks and save up to $1 per gallon on your next tank of gas. For nearly every dollar you spend on groceries, household essentials, clothing, you'll earn MPerks points. The more you shop, the more your points add up, and the more you save at the pump. At Meijer, we're working hard to help you get a good deal more by helping you save up to $1 per gallon on gas. Savings based on points earned. Exclusions apply. Not valid in Wisconsin. Max 30 gallons. See mperks.com for details.
It's Sansbury for GetGo. I love it because it's one-stop shopping. They also have WetGo. New members, you get a month of unlimited car washes for the price of just one wash. Choose from 4 different wash levels starting at just $10, and you can get started now by downloading the GetGo app. GetGo Cafe and Market, better believe it.
Buy a 26 Kia today with 0, 0, 0 at Ken Ginley Kia. You heard right. Buy a 26 Kia with 0 down, 0% for 5 full years, or 0 payments for 90 days. 26 Kia Seltos LX, $119 lease per month. 26 Kia Sportage EX, $159 lease per month. $159 or 0%, 0 down. 24 months, due at signing. Seltos, $37.93. Sportage, $48.13. 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Buy with 0 down, 0% for 5 full years, 0 payments for 90 days. At Ken Ginley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at kenganleykia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent ya, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ginley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealer. 26 Sportage APR 1667 for 1,000 financed plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee unapproved. Credit through KMF expires 6/1/26.
Hey, we're talking cars with Rich Claiborne, the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, the price of new cars being what they are, I'm thinking used might be the way to go.
That's right, Alan. Buying used can be a great value, but it comes with risk.
So tell me about that.
When 2 new cars roll off the assembly line, they're identical. Once sold and driven, they are never the same again.
Shopping online, it's hard to tell one vehicle from another. How do I get a good value? How do I avoid a costly mistake?
Do your research and buy from a dealer that truly puts the customer first.
Trust the Claiborne team to be your advocate.
That red talkback mic on the free iHeart app, it's more powerful than it looks. One tap can get you in the conversation.
You guys, are you serious?
Enter to win something amazing.
That $1,000.
Or just a request. Try it now. Just open the free iHeart Radio app.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie Bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie Bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. 4, 6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Keep trying. Keep striving. Keep chasing your dreams. And when you're ready to take that next step, come to Cuyahoga Community College. Gain in-demand job skills or earn a transfer-friendly degree. We can even help you launch your own business. And Tri-C won't slow you down. So don't stop. Keep moving forward to better skills, a better job, and a better life. Tri-C, where futures begin.
Classes begin May 26th.
your estimate today.
Your story has power, and it can turn silence into connection. This Mental Health Awareness Month, NAMI invites you to share your story of hope, resilience, or recovery to inspire others to seek support. Stigma grows in silence, but healing begins in community. Every experience helps break down stigma and remind someone they're not alone. Visit NAMI.org/MHAM to submit your story and find community through your local NAMI. Together, we educate, we support, we advocate, we listen, we lead. NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
My name's Alan Cox, and my show sucks.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
This is one of the Pete Townsend songs he sings. Yeah, I'm in his front. Pete Townsend's 81 today. I don't know if The Who is still on tour or not. I know things were kind of tough for Roger Daltrey for a while, but
the Mongolian death metal band?
That's HU.
Oh.
The Who is, yes, the Mongolian folk metal band. They were not at Sonic Temple. There was an Indian metal band called Bloodywood that we've played on 2 Hours to Midnight. They were dynamite. But the Who, HU, was not there. No, the WHO, Rob.
I was wondering
the
why
World
you were
Health
playing.
Organization.
Wondering why you're playing these guys if you were talking about the other band.
No, Pete Townsend.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah. 81 today.
Wait, Pete Townsend's in the Who, HU?
Pete Townsend is in the WHO. He's a licensed physician, so he's a big part of the World Health Organization. And, no, 81 years old today. You know, a band that famously said, I hope I die before I get old.
Yep.
That's the indignance of youth, right? You can never hold that against them. I'm sure at the time they did hope that they died before they got old. They sure got close. Pete Townsend had that dust up like a decade ago where they were accusing him of child porn.
Yeah.
Right? And
he was like researching a movie or something.
Well, he was writing a book or something on, like he was a, I don't know if he got abused as a kid or what it was, but there was this whole thing where for a while people were like, oh no. But I think that I think the explanation was taken at face value. But yeah, there was a time there where they were like, yeah, this ain't good. And I mean, if you know about Pete Townsend's, and again, The Who is one of those bands, again, they're another band where I'm never mad when I hear them, but I never saw them live. They just didn't kind of stick to my ribs the way a lot of other bands of that period did. But obviously, Roger Daltrey, one of the greatest voices in rock and roll. And a guy who, it wasn't even really a secret. The reason that they toured as long as they did is because, Roger Daltrey needed money. That was bad investments or what it was, but he needed money longer than I guess he thought that he might. And he's almost deaf, I think. And, John Entwistle, he's been gone for a while. That's a guy who, died under a hooker, I think, right?
I think that's exactly what happened.
John Entwistle, who was the longtime bass player for The Who, I mean, he died 20 years ago, and I'm pretty sure he was under a hooker. He died at the Bunny Ranch or something like that. And he was still, at his age, he would have been late 50s. He was still partying hard, man. Doing 8 balls, the whole thing.
Well, that's how you want to say you do it, right? If you're going to keep going, you want to be.
Yeah. Yeah. He kind of pulled an Ian Curtis. I think yesterday was the anniversary of, I spent so much time talking about Chris Cornell. Somebody reminded me that it was the anniversary of Ian Curtis dying, who you wouldn't know the name unless you were a fan of Joy Division. These days you'll see a lot more Joy Division shirts than you will people who actually enjoy the music. But he hanged himself the night before they were going to do their American tour. These guys were ready to take the United States He's getting into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame this year with New Order and Joy Division. But they were set to go on tour the next day. He hangs himself. Entwistle dies the night before The Who is going to kick off their U.S. tour in 2002. The Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Paradise, Nevada, room 658. You think they charge extra for that now? If you're at the Hard Rock, and that's the room that John Entwistle died, it's not a Motel 6. You think they charge more for room 658?
Probably not.
Okay. I mean, years ago when we stayed at the Stanley Hotel, the Shining Hotel.
Yeah.
You charge more money if you want to be in 214.
Well, that you could see, right? Like from a movie.
Yeah, but why not charge people more if Entwistle died in the room?
I don't know. Do you want to die in, or do you want to sleep in the room the guy died in?
If you're a Who fan.
I don't know. If you're a Who fan, do you want to stay in the room the guy died in?
If you go to, I know you're not sleeping in it, but like if you go to that Zach Bagans, that dumb museum out in Vegas, the Ghost Adventures, he's got all of these mementos and things, and one of them is the bed that Dennis Hoff died in.
That's
the Bunny Ranch guy.
Gross.
Yeah, really gross. But, some people, they find strange things interesting. John Entwistle had gone to bed that night with a local stripper and groupie.
Good for him.
She woke up. He did not. She found him cold and unresponsive. Well, maybe he just didn't want to hang out with you anymore.
Yeah. Guy he hated what he was doing so much he decided to just die.
Yeah. I found him cold and unresponsive. You mean physically or emotionally?
Yeah, are they talking about us?
Yeah. Heart attack induced by an undetermined amount of cocaine. He already had severe cardiovascular disease and smoked about 20 cigarettes a day.
That's a pack.
High blood pressure and high cholesterol. 3 of his arteries were blocked. That is an amazing... Think about it. You're a guy who's rich, so it's not like, I can't afford the health care. You're rich, could have had surgery, didn't. You've got all the markers of, even without the cocaine, you probably ain't going to live a long life. And in bed.
Yeah, but you're a rock star. That's the thing, man. Like, you're a rock star.
The night before the tour, he would have still been a rock star. And obviously, he didn't know he was going to die, but it's wild. So, yeah, night before their 2002 tour, Daltrey and Townsend get the call. Hey,
remember that tour?
John is under a hooker. Or whatever.
What else is new? No. Like, really?
Yeah.
Like, still currently under a hooker.
Did they have fun? I don't know. She said she found him cold and unresponsive.
That's him.
Yeah.
That's how he is. We tell him all the time, you should be a little more open. No, I don't think you understand. He's no longer with us.
I mean, they replaced Keith Moon for a couple of albums. They put Kenny Jones behind the drums, but I think they stopped after Entwistle, right? They were like, we're done. And then obviously they would come back.
You're saying with new music?
Yeah, I don't. They didn't do anything for. They might have done an album, a few years later, but I thought they initially were like, we're not. They were going to go the John Bonham route. But
which is what so many bands should take note of and do.
Break up after a member dies.
When a significant member dies, yeah.
Yeah, but you hope that all the members are significant. I mean, yeah, but like those guys were still young men, right? They're like, what? I got to quit what I love to do because this guy can't handle this high? Like, come on, man. I got bills to pay. I'm still alive and a rock star. Like, I understand as a fan, people go, listen, the Led Zeppelin thing, we're done. John, we can't do this band without John. I fully understand. I also understand a band that's like, hey, I got a life to lead. The guy was 57. It wasn't like he was 27, but still. You're going to go on tour the next day, and now you can't? Because the guy had high cholesterol, arteries blocked, and he's doing cocaine. I mean, that's not a guy who's putting the band first, right? You want to feel to some degree that they're doing that. Hey, man, get a good night's sleep because tomorrow we're kicking off our North American tour.
Maybe he was just trying to get a good night's sleep. He's figuring post-nut sleep, he's going to have the best sleep of his life.
Let me
Gotta
do a
hook-
couple of bumps, and then I'll get right to sleep.
We'll get inside this
Yeah.
woman there, get a little time going,
There
and
you
then go
go.
no nights.
Yep.
And then
Yeah, you know how cocaine puts you right to sleep? Well,
maybe it does when you are working backward.
Well, listen, you know how some people are like high metabolizers where it takes them a lot to get drunk?
Yeah.
Maybe he was one of those guys, but with cocaine.
And maybe it just does the exact opposite thing for him. Maybe he's like an ADHD guy. You take cocaine, it doesn't have the same exact effect. He was like dialed in. You're like, he's doing coke because he wanted to read a book, go to bed.
Now, they refer to the number of nicknames that he had. He was called the Ox because I think he was tall. He was called Thunder Fingers.
Oh, boy. Hence the hooker.
I was going to say, the Quiet One and Big Johnny Twinkle. So you have to wonder how many of those were pertinent to his bass playing and how many of those were pertinent to his personal life. Hello, is this Thunder Fingers? It sure is.
Who's asking?
Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. What's up, man?
What's going on?
Hey, you know, I have loved The Who since the first chord of Kids Are All Right.
for you.
Yeah?
I know. It's good, formative for my education musically. And, but I really lost a lot of respect for them for this show because 3 days later, we had tickets for the Polaris Amphitheater in Columbus, I believe it was. And they played 3 days after Entwistle died with Pino Palladino playing the bass.
Oh, I thought they
So
just bailed. I see. I see what you mean.
No, dude, I'm thinking these guys had like understudies ready to go because they're all up in age, you know.
Well,
hey,
that's
John died. Pino, can you fly down?
Well,
here,
that's
you know?
the thing. I mean, you have booked venues, you've sold tickets. You can't just be
Truck
like, "Hey, we're done."
drivers, roadies. Yep. Anyhow, that's what I had.
Thank you, Chris. There's Chris in East Lake. Well, and they had the big riot in Cincinnati, right? Didn't they have a bunch of people died? Riverfront Coliseum. That was a Who show.
Yep.
But that was many years before. That was late 70s. It was after Keith Moon had died, but Entwistle was still alive. Anyway, how the hell did they get? Oh, because Pete Townshend's 81. That's how I got on that. How the hell did they get on John Entwistle?
And his love of hookers.
Yeah. Now, that is undeniably a classic rock star story.
Yes.
But if you're the other guys in the band, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you're
I'd
the
like to
Who.
go that way.
I don't know if you're the Who. You need to stop after your bassist dies, right? Like, you're naming 3 people before you get to him when you're thinking about it, right?
Oh, shots fired. All these bass players, they got knives out for you, bro.
No. I'm just saying he wasn't the most well-known guy in the band. Led Zeppelin, not
John Bonham,
John
yeah.
Bonham was not the most well-known guy in Led Zeppelin.
Like if John Paul Jones had died, they probably would have continued.
I think there was a possibility they could have continued. I don't know that for sure, right? I know that they were very much saying this was a 4-person band. If it's not all of us, it's none of us. And that was their whole thing. But I do think in a case like that, you probably can continue on. My argument about that all the time is when it's the front man of a band that you love, it's really weird when they continue on. STP, I think, should have died with Scott Weiland.
Yeah, when I saw Stone Temple Pilots at Sonic Temple, they were on the main stage, and I was like, the songs are good. The other 3 guys are there. Jeff Goot's been with them for a while. Like, people might not remember Chester Bennington went out for a little while with Stone Temple Pilots because he loved the band so much. But I saw STP back in the day, man, with Weiland, and it's like, this was fine. The songs are good. They're playing them, but it really felt like
tribute band.
Yeah, it felt like a tribute band. It was weird.
And I mean, listen, man, we're in the industry, right? And I was a big fan of that band, so I can name other people in STP, but I would challenge most people. I don't think they'd be able to. I mean, I get it. There's the DeLeo brothers, blah, blah, blah. But could anybody, did anybody care? Like, if that dude died tomorrow, STP would still be on the road. If either one of those brothers passed away, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they kind of, I think people were just curious. And Stone Temple Pilots is like a legendary name. They've been around for so long now that they're kind of one of those legacy acts, you know?
That's one of the only ones that bothers me. You know what I mean? Like that's still out there doing it. Like you could make a case that Alice in Chains should have died with Lane, right? But Jerry was so involved with that band, especially at the end, that it's almost like, okay, you could argue Jerry was as much a part of that band as Lane was.
Well, and as eventually once Jerry kicked and Lane didn't, like he had to pick up more and more of the slack.
Correct.
So it was already going that way, the harmonies and, you know. But I mean, Jeff Good has been fronting STP for 10 years. They got him off one of those singing shows.
Yeah, which even lowers the, you know what I mean? Like that makes it even worse.
I guess. I mean, I feel like those shows now are such an established farm team that there's a lot of these older bands that go. That's where they got Adam Lambert, right? Queen went out with Adam Lambert. They were like, well, this guy, not a lot of people know him, but he was famous from American Idol, I think, and he could hit the high notes. I think if you get the right guy, you're going to be fine. But, yeah, watching them, I was like, it's good. He did a good job. Like, he can sing the songs. And he's been singing them. So it's not like he was up there trying to ape Scott Weiland, right? He wasn't doing like some, skinny jean shimmy or anything like that. But he's been with them for 10 years now. Eric Kretz remains the luckiest guy in rock and roll playing the drums for Stone Temple Pilots. There's nothing for that guy to do. But the songs sound great. But I was just like, it's fine. It was good. How about this Swiss cinema chain? They're trying to figure out, they're like, hey, movies are getting longer and longer and longer. What the hell are we going to do? These poor people, we're charging them all this money for these tickets, and then halfway through, we're selling them these depth charge size sodas and these salty snacks. They're going to have to get up and have a pish.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a small movie chain in Switzerland that has put screens in the floor between your feet and the toilet so that when you're in the bathroom, you don't have to miss the movie. You can be right in there. You don't have to run out, run back. You can sit there. Now, do you bring your snacks with you?
I mean, yeah. You're still watching the movie, right?
Right.
Can't do that without Swedish Fish.
Hey, they're showing Jurassic Park. Hey, let's go. Let's get Sir Jurassic Park. Switzerland, right, after all?
Could you keep it down over there? I'm trying to watch this movie.
Hey, that's the T-Rex over there.
Hey, courtesy
come
flush,
on,
pal.
Man. I'm trying to watch this. Come on,
It's
man.
a great part of the movie, homie. Come on.
Hey. This is where Sam Neill takes his sunglasses off.
All right, we get it. Sir.
Did you have to get
Holy Jesus.
have to get the fajitas, sir? Okay. All right, we get it. Freeze! That was class. That was peak cool Goldblum, man.
Yeah.
Oh, silly. Okay, fine. Enough of that. That's what I assume is happening in those bathrooms. Maybe they give you like a little AirPods or something so you can block out your own noises and not have to miss any of the movie.
And it must just be like one theater, right? Because if you're in the can and you go in watching one movie, you're in there watching the Michael Jackson biopic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you go in and there's a cartoon on the floor. You're like, hey, this isn't my movie.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
You gotta change the channel. Like, what do you do?
Hey, this is Minions.
Oh.
What?
I'm trying to. Hey, I don't care about Gru right now. I'm watching the MJ movie.
The concept was pioneered by luxury theater chain Pathé. Assume I'm pronouncing that correctly. In their high-end locations. So this is, it's cool and it's convenient, but it's also a way for them to charge you a premium.
Mm.
Would you like the toilet screens? Yes, please. No butter on that popcorn.
You tell the guy next to me to keep it down, would you?
Yeah. Imagine you're in there watching a movie and they haven't restocked the toilet paper. You know, like just your garden variety bathroom. That happens all the time. Where you go to reach because you don't check. Like I always check. If I'm using, right, here at work.
Before you have a seat?
Yep, I look down, always check. Because sometimes they'll be tucked up in that dispenser.
Yeah.
Always check. Gotten burned too many times, bro.
Oh, so you put a visual. You don't just reach for a square. You make sure there's a good amount on that roll.
Hell yeah. I need visual confirmation.
Hey, you don't want to pull down that last square and then you're stuck.
Or there's nothing. It's just a cardboard roll.
Right.
Then you do that duck waddle into one of the other stalls.
Hey, bro, you got any paper over there? You mind tossing a little over the top?
I can't spare a square. So you're in there watching Jurassic Park, and you're like, God damn it. Anybody heard of toilet paper?
Dermot.
I can't.
Son of a birch.
I can't flush my toilets.
Specifically being that I'm prepping for a colonoscopy for tomorrow, and I can't flush my toilets.
Dermot.
Hey, she didn't sound.
Yeah. This is real bad for me.
She didn't sound Swiss, but I guess she is. I can't flush my toilets.
Dermot.
Hey, want to go see Black Veil Brides. Just saw these guys, too. They're coming back. They are on the road on the Vindicator's a new album with Caskets and Archers and Autumn Kings. Those are, trust and believe, three great bands. So Black Veil Bride's your headliner. It is Tuesday, September the 22nd at the House of Blues. If you want to go, Ticketmaster.com with the details. And caller 10, this pair is for you. Good luck. 2 for Black Veil Brides this fall. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. One more chance today to get some money. That next keyword, last one of the day, to get $1,000 in the Buzzard Bookie coming up at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Showers and thunderstorms tonight down to 56 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, temperatures falling to around 55. And then mostly sunny on Thursday with a high Thursday of 61.
This report is sponsored by JD Indoor Comfort. You're not just a homeowner, you're also an air conditioner that only works sometimes owner. Instead, you need cooling built and tested to keep going. Luckily, there's American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, built to a higher standard. Visit jdindoorcomfort.com for your estimate today.
Keeping Cleveland loud for over 78 years. Southeast Harley-Davidson.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he stops
Want to go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere.
Talk about flourishing your turlets. Remember this song?
Yeah.
Barbie Girl. It was the one hit. Did you ever have to play this?
Oh, yeah.
Wow. I think I worked Top 40 too early to play this. You ever heard this song, Jess?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how prevalent it still is.
I think it's still a thing.
When does it pop up? Like, I don't ever hear anybody play it on a friggin'... I don't hear DJs play it in clubs. I don't hear it on a jukebox.
I think it was like TikTok for a hot second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and it was in the movie. It was in the Barbie movie.
Never got around to seeing the Barbie movie.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
I assume that it probably would have been there. Anyway, on this side of the pond, it is literally the only song Aqua ever had. But, you know, there are plenty of bands that are a big deal around the world. This is 1997. It was their debut album. It was called Aquarium. And this thing blew up right away. And then I thought that they went away. They did not. They just announced that they are splitting up after 30 years.
Wow.
Yeah, they hung on, boy. Aqua splits up after a nearly 30-year run. So out of the gate, they explode, and then they just keep going. They're like, sooner or later, we're going to have another Barbie girl in the tank. The Danish-Norwegian dance pop group is disbanding. Lene Nystrom, Renee Diff, and Søren Ristad said that they're done, thanking the fans, and that's it. Yeah, I didn't know if I guess I couldn't pinpoint. I had to look it up. I couldn't pinpoint the year, but 1997.
Thank you, fans.
Thank all of our fans. Think of all of the Aqua heads, or what, you know. Nicki Minaj and Ice Spice sampled it for the Barbie movie soundtrack. Okay, so they got a little paid for that, but back in the day, this was controversial because who makes Barbie? Mattel? They sued this band. They're like, yeah, we have a trademark on this thing, and you can't, you know, whatever. And then the video is dopey or whatever, but they have, and it's not like they've been putting out music the whole time, but I thought they were long gone. And no, they have let all of their diehard fans know that after well, it's like, I think of Chumbawamba, right?
Yep.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. That's like a classic song here, but they really were a one-hit wonder in the United States. But I think they're from Australia. That is a band that has put out like 27 albums in 40 years. I mean, Chumbawamba has been around forever, and they had one hit here. So there are plenty, you know, some of us here in the States, Rob, in America, we forget. We can be very myopic about, you know, because still, even if you are a band from another country, you want to break in America.
Mm.
You know, there are some acts that they can go play huge venues, but nobody really pays attention to them here. That was Kylie Minogue's deal for a long time. And then she had a handful of hits. But the rest of the, you know, Kylie Minogue might come into a festival or something, or, you know, here. But overseas, you're doing like football stadiums.
I mean, I can take the news about Aqua, but tell me La Bouche is okay. I wouldn't be able to deal with Be My Lover not being performed live anymore. Rhythm of the Night.
Well, whatever happened to Black Box? Whatever happened to Snap? Rhythm is a dancer.
Yeah.
La Bouche is, that was a Frank Farian joint. Wasn't he getting into trouble back in the day? Yeah, he's the Milli Vanilli guy. La Bouche is still around.
Oh, good. Thank God.
Be my lover.
Oh.
They've sold 12 million albums worldwide.
La Bouche?
La Bouche, the mouth, if my French is any guide. La Bouche. Not to be confused with La Douche, which is a whole other thing. I don't know that I ever played this either. This was going to be 1990-something, right? 1995.
5?
I mean, I would have been doing top 40 in like 94 or 95, but we were more like a hot AC.
Yeah.
We weren't doing this.
Yeah, this stuff was all recurrence.
Yeah, this was like Eurodance and, you know.
Had a dance and disco show called Studio 94.
You did, really?
Yeah, I thought we would do Saturday nights. I was a fill-in host. It wasn't.
You were
my
like
show.
a Garabedian type guy, or
Not me. Oh no. John Garabedian and I like much different things in life.
No, but I mean like for
No, I'm
your
just joking.
for your station.
No, it was like we had a Saturday night dance request show called Studio 94.
Oh, okay.
And it was hosted by a guy named Brett, and I would do the fill-ins for it whenever he wasn't around. So I would do it, I don't know, half a dozen times a year.
Gotcha.
We would play this kind of stuff.
Well, what would happen is they would always take like an American and put him with like a German. You know what I mean? Like LaBouche was like a guy from North Carolina and a Dutch girl.
Yeah.
And they'd put him in front of this Frank Farian guy who's putting people together. He got busted for Milli Vanilli because they were, they're like, I don't care what you say. Two German dudes don't sound like that.
Right.
So anybody who was even remotely paying attention knew Milli Vanilli was going to flop out, but.
The song was a bop, wasn't it?
But again, in the 90s, man, you could just put a couple of beats down and you could do a club banger and you could surf that wave for a minute.
There was a bunch of those type of songs.
Sure. Early 90s dance music. That's where it's at.
C.C. Peniston.
Finally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's spelled.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's C.C. Peniston.
I said that on the air.
P-E-N-I-S.
I got in so much trouble.
Well, yeah. But how were you supposed to know, though?
I mean, I knew.
Oh.
I said, here's a Finally by C.C. Peniston.
Yep.
My boss hotlined me instantly.
Remember.
It's not her name, idiot.
Well, let's spin the wheel. Do you remember Robin S.?
I sure do. Show Me Love.
Show Me Love. That was her big hit. How about
Studio 94, 94.7 WMAL.
Did you have a handle? Did you have a Saturday night handle? Were you like
no,
Glitter Rob or anything like that?
Rotund Rob?
No, like Glitter Boy or anything
No.
All right.
Nope, just my normal, hey, it's Rob filling in for Brett, and this is Robin S. on Studio 94.
How about... Well, everybody knows Hadaway because that was in SNL.
Yep.
Baby, don't hurt me.
Yeah, What Is Love?
Yep. What about Real McCoy?
Oh, boy.
Remember Real McCoy?
Yeah, hold on, the song come to me. Oh, God. Oh.
Another Night.
Yeah, Another Night.
Yep. How about, God, what were some of the other ones?
Some Crystal Waters joints?
Yeah, Homeless Woman. She's
Gypsy
homeless. Woman. Yeah, Gypsy Woman, something like that. Crystal. 100% Pure Love, that was Crystal Waters.
From the back to the middle and around again.
Gypsy Woman. If you're just tuning in, Rob and I are going down memory lane in our very earliest iterations as dance music hosts.
Oh, you could do D-Light?
Yeah, we've done D-Light before. Grooves in the Heart.
Yep.
Miss Lady Keir. But I'm thinking of the ones that really only existed during that time.
Yeah. I'm actually, now I have to look. Like all that crap before. Corona, did we mention them? Rhythm of the Night?
Didn't mention them.
That was definitely one. Corona was the name of that band. Oh.
I got the power!
Right. Snap, Rhythm as a Dancer. Everybody used this beat, too. Well,
Amber,
anyways.
This Is Your Night. Remember that one?
I do. Amber, This Is Your Night. This one?
311.
Well, anyway, a lot of people right now Jess wasn't even alive when this stuff was happening.
But she probably has heard these songs at least, I would imagine. Right,
bet-
Jess?
I've heard all of these, yeah.
Have you really?
See?
How?
Because they're still popular.
How? TikTok kids aren't listening to these. These are on.
Also, I don't know. I kind of listen to this music.
Okay.
I have phases.
That's fine. No shame. I'm just curious if.
But I think they're still they'll play these in clubs. I mean, I'm not really a club person.
I was gonna say. I mean, I've been in a couple of clubs over the past year. I wouldn't hear anybody playing this kind of stuff.
Oh, dude.
Because by comparison, early 90s stuff sounds really kind of cheesy. They all kind of sound the same. And
how about K7? Remember Come Baby Come?
I don't know that I remember K7.
Oh, you know this song instantly. Ba-ding, ding, 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 ba-ding, ding, 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 ding. Ba-ding, ding, ding, ding,
Did you have to play that at the strip club?
Oh, God, a billion times. And on Studio 94.
Yeah, I don't have that one in there.
It's not in there?
No.
Oh, bummer.
No.
How is that not?
I don't know.
Oh, these guys. A staple.
Ace of Base. Yeah, there's some good stuff in there. There was, remember the, there was the KLF. There were the Utah Saints. Remember the Utah Saints?
What was that one?
That was the band. What was their big hit?
I don't know. Utah Saints.
Yeah, Utah Saints. Their big hit was Something Good.
I do not know that one, I don't think. You stumped me.
What about the Shaman? Remember the Shaman?
Who was that by?
I can move. No, that was the band. I Can Move Any Mountain. Remember the Shaman?
I don't think so, no.
Hold on. Indulge me here.
I'm in.
The Shaman. Move Any Mountain.
I don't know this.
Okay.
How about Eiffel 65? You know that
that's
one?
blue, right?
I'm blue.
Well, wasn't that?
But
But isn't that like mid-aughts? Like
says 98.
Oh, I'm thinking like 92, 93. Yeah, Utah Saints. Or the KLF. Justified and Ancient. That was the one with Tammy Wynette had a big hit with them. 3 a.m. Eternal. Remember that one?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Anyway. And then there was Enigma.
Oh, yeah. What was
boner
the,
for Enigma. Sadness.
Yeah, and then there was the one with the Return to Innocence.
Return to Innocence, yes. A return to innocence.
Well, how about Rex and Effect?
Isn't that Rump Shaker?
Yep.
Yeah.
To yourself. The return to innocence.
Yeah, I've got money here. Not a minute too soon. It's the very last. It's the very last one of these keywords for today, and then we'll fire it all up again tomorrow morning with RMG. The last few days for this too. So under the wire. I hope you get to put $1,000 in your pocket. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Jesse.
Yes, sir. What's up? How are you today?
How are you, man?
I'm all right, pretty good. Getting ready to cast. I was listening on iHeartRadio, so I might be behind a little bit, but I just wanted to throw a song out to you that you guys were talking memory lane with Aqua and all that good jazz, I guess. I was going to do the OMC How Bizarre song.
How bizarre.
How bizarre, how bizarre.
They were like, it was the Something Millionaires Club. The O was the town they were from in England, and it was the Something Millionaires Club.
Yeah, it was a good song for me a little bit. I mean, but, you know, kind of got one of those, right, so, okay, we turned it off now. We've heard it enough times. Come on.
Right, enough times.
But, yeah, I just want to give a shout-out to you, buddy. I listen to you when I can. And
thank you,
go
Jesse.
Cavs out those nights, so.
Go Cavs. Thank you,
Tom?
pal. There's Jesse out there in Warren, Ohio, hometown of one David Grohl. Yeah, KLF, Shaman.
Can't believe K7's not in there.
Well, hold on. Let me check where I am now. K7. Was there a dash or anything like that?
K7.
This isn't the Let Me Clear My Throat guy, is
No.
it? Oh,
You don't remember this song?
I remember the ding part.
Come, baby, come, come.
Oh, right.
If you're gonna give me love, you gotta give me some.
It was all very subtle in subtext.
Very, very subtle. Yeah.
Play me like Nintendo. Never let go.
Right.
Hey, Ron.
Hey, Alan. How's it going? Hello, Rob, Jeff.
What's going on, man?
Ron?
How are you?
Well, you know, I heard the fans were complaining about Ron and Corning, so I thought I'd offer some Ron counter programming.
An alternate Ron. Wow, Rob,
Yeah.
we're awash in Rons.
Yep.
How about that?
Well, I figured your show could always use more Rons.
More
Rons.
You see what he did
Hey-o.
there? Ah, Ron, you magnificent bastard. We've got plenty of those, but thank you. This is kind of her one hit, too. Although she did try to follow it up with Not Gonna Be Your Boo. And I was like, challenge accepted.
Yeah.
You're gonna be my boo. Hey, Ricardo.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on, man?
I'm more of a scat man myself.
Yes.
If I may say so.
Now, are you talking about the singer, or are you confessing something on the show?
Oh, that too.
Yeah, okay, good.
Roberto Antonio?
What's going on?
Hey, real quick, earlier I was busy, I was at work, whatever, but you guys were talking about smelly planes.
Yeah, smelly
So,
planes, the food, yes.
Yeah. Sit tight for this one. So it's a common custom when you're traveling from Central America countries, or any country for that matter, but to give the familiar, whoever's going, to take some stuff for the rest of the family or for the friend or for the whatever. So I'm at the airport back home, and my aunt shows up with 2 mayo jars worth of cabbage for like the pupusas, like the pickled cabbage.
Yep.
That good stuff. So I'm like, okay, whatever. So I just get them, shove them in the cargo, not the cargo, but on the overhead bins. Halfway the flight, the pressurization, something happened, dude, and this thing starts to smell.
My chicharron!
And I'm like, and everybody's looking, and it's this fermented vinegar. That is amazing. But yeah, bro. Needless to say, I left them on the compartment bin. I pick him up.
Ricardo turned coach into a pupuseria while I was up there.
I love that he just left it, too. He's like,
that's their problem.
Somebody else's problem now.
I was going to claim it.
Wow. Gross.
Yep, but that's my experience on that one.
All right. Thank you, Ricardo.
Sir,
Remind me
you
never to
forgot
take
your
a flight
cabbage.
with you. Yeah.
Roberto Antonio, el rattler del clip. I'm a scat man.
Rip the Scat Man. He's been dead for a minute. He had one claim to fame, Rob. He was a man who enjoyed scat.
Yes.
And you never wanted to go hiking with this guy because he was constantly pointing to the scat.
Stuff was good, man. Now I want to listen to 90s dance and rap stuff.
Yeah,
all
I've got a
afternoon.
playlist. Yeah, I years ago I made one of those because it was just stuff that I would have never ever listened to on my own, but I played it. You know what I mean? So I was like, I have a real kind of affection for it. And
what was the best, do you think, of that time? I still have one song in particular that just stays in my head.
Which one?
Mark Morrison. Return
of the
Mac.
Mac
is.
Yeah,
that's probably the best of the best for that time for me.
That would have been more like 96 probably.
It was later.
Yeah.
But that was definitely, I think that was as far as those 90s bangers went, that was probably
and
the
that
one
guy,
for me.
and this is kind of making the rounds again too, because it's like in commercials. It's this is a guy who could not keep his nose straight, boy.
Right. Well, this
He
and
could,
this song and This Is How We Do It, I would say, were the two defining 90s
Montel
dance
Jordan
songs for me. Oh,
I didn't like anybody telling me how to do something, Rob. You know me. And he's like, this is how we do it. I don't want, and nobody going to tell me how to live. Montel Jordan or anybody else. I got a break. 35192. Want to send a text? You can watch the show on our YouTube channel. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Rover's Morning Glory. Station. Guaranteed human. Call the Alan Cox Show.
You don't deserve anything. You deserve to get smacked in the face and kicked in the dirt.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. And boy, people are texting, Rob. That early 90s dance music we were diving into. Alan, I'm a 45-year-old woman. This is the greatest day of my life. How about that one, right? Your Cleveland Cavaliers against the Knicks in New York tonight. Who will represent the East in the NBA championship game? Game 1 is tonight, 8 o'clock, 7:30 pregame here on the Buzzard. Game 2 is Thursday night. I will have more tickets for you tomorrow and the remainder of the week for the Cavs' return to the Rocket Arena on Saturday night for Game 3. It would be obviously ideal if they were coming back with 2 wins under their belts. We shall see what happens. But tomorrow, more tickets for you. Should I tell them when? See if they pay attention?
Sure.
3:10 tomorrow.
And we're going to give you a little text. So I know everybody was, I got a couple of messages about the text going out. I put in a time, and it depends on where you're listening. So if you're listening on the app, it may be a couple minutes delayed than what we do on the air. So if it's not timing out exactly, I apologize.
Yeah,
we're just trying to give you a heads up as to when we're doing it as a little reminder,
I will try to navigate that as best I can.
It's kind of difficult, right? Because we're going to
There's
navigate
delays
it.
and things.
Yeah, we're going to navigate it for the air.
Yeah.
But the YouTube stream is going to be different than the air stream, and that's different than the iHeart app. So there's a million different ways to catch the show. So we apologize if you didn't get it early. Hopefully we can get that fixed for tomorrow.
But it will be at a different time the remainder of the week. So tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday, I'll have tickets for you for Game 3 back here at home. Thursday night as well, I'm going to be back out with Michelob Ultra. We're still doing a bunch of these to hand off FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. The Philly game, about half a dozen games here in the lower 48, a couple in Mexico, one in Vancouver, one in Toronto, but down here about 6 or 7 games, Rob.
6, 7.
And the tickets I'll have for the Philly game on Saturday, June the 27th. So if you are a soccer fan, it is, after all, the most popular game in the world. Then the Mick Ultra Soccer Shootout is your shot to get there. So Thursday night, I'm going to be back in Brunswick. I will be at the Backyard on Pearl Road. It's a great spot. Friday night, I'm going to be at the Lakewood Truck Park. And then Saturday afternoon, those are both after the show, and then Saturday afternoon, I'm going to be back down in Akron, be at the Upper Deck, which is another great spot too.
Do you recall what the highest score you've seen yet was?
I don't. I think it was 591.
Oh, my God. Okay, never
so
mind.
So, again, no pressure.
Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't recall.
I saw some woman come up very unassuming.
Yeah.
And put 27 points on the board like it was nothing.
Oh, yeah, there are silent killers who come in and, plan for
I was blown away.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the whole schedule of the appearances still to come. If you want to get in on this, you go to WMMS.com and hit the contest page. But Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll see you out. And then we are going to do our finals a week from Saturday, 30th. We'll be back out at the Wild Eagle right there in Broadview Heights, right off the highway. So that's all there. Venga Boys. Was that We Like to Party?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Again, I feel like those are, yeah. I forget, when I sound incredulous when Jess is like, I know all these songs, and she turned 27 like a week ago. I sometimes forget how many places there are now to have these songs. Somebody texted me and they were like, yeah, some of the songs are like in Grand Theft Auto 5, right? GTA, when those games come out.
Oh, that would, yeah.
When they have like, my buddy Stryker has been in the air in LA forever. He was one of the voices on one of those radio stations, Back in the day, that was like a feather in your cap. If you could get a little bit of a voiceover gig being on one of those GTA radio stations. Rich in Northfield, he is a DJ. He's like, I play these tracks regularly. You know, there's a lot of go-to house music and things like that. New Shoes. Alan, do you remember New Shoes? Remember them?
Can't wait.
I can't wait. It sounded less like a falcon and probably, more like...
That's my interpretation.
Yes. This was a guy and his wife that had a couple of hits. Yeah. Mid-'80s. Guy and his wife. They're probably still around. You know, you're not going to go anywhere, but... Alan, how are you not putting farts to I've Got the Power?
Really?
Well, let's see.
I got the power. Which fart?
Well, the beginning, probably. I don't know. I mean, we can curate it. Not that one.
Excuse me?
Not that one.
Ooh.
Probably not that one.
The worst every time for
All right, listen, that's fun. Thank you. I don't know why I wouldn't have thought of that, but it's not on my radar today.
The fart remixes.
Yeah. Alan, I think I enjoy Rob's interpretation of these 90s dance songs more than anything Brian has done.
Aww.
Look at you. You're I agree. That is
thank you.
You know, with all due deference to our boy Brian.
Can do a nice karaoke gig here sometime for you guys.
He ain't coming across with Return of the Mac. That's for sure. He's coming through with whatever Stinky Fingers. His stuff, right?
What do you get when you fall
Yeah.
in love? Stinky fingers, stinky fingers.
Now, if one of you wants to remix that into like a 90s dance track, that would be fine.
How come you didn't mix in some farts on Brian singing about stinky fingers?
How come you didn't do Yeah, right.
What do you get when you fall in love? Stinky fingers, stinky fingers.
That's less fun.
It is, yeah. You need the beat.
It's
I
less
know.
fun. I think that we should, I don't like to pin anybody down, but I feel like we should. He does his thing, and you do your thing.
Listen, I'm always happy to sing along for you. A little 90s karaoke.
Well, because we do both have history in that format.
Oh, yeah?
In that genre.
Try to live my life without you, babe, would be the hardest thing I would ever do. Try to forget the love we once shared would be the hardest thing I would
Still my
ever
favorite.
do.
Alan, this conversation has me ready to strap up my rollerblades and hit up Lorraine's Skate World. Yeah.
I still have rollerblades. I haven't used them in 20 years, but I do still have a pair.
I had them for a long time. I mean, 30 years ago. I don't think they're around, but
They're in a bag. I just found them because when we moved, they're in a bag with my ice skates. 2 pairs of hockey boots with one with blades and one with roller blades on.
if you are not a fan, and some people are not, but I think he's a frigging international treasure. If you are not a fan of one Martin Short, it's going to be a bad time for you because there's a lot of Martin Short stuff happening. They, it's kind of legendary. All those comedians who would go on to do like SCTV and things, they all came from this famous Toronto production of a play called Godspell in the early 70s. And they were all obviously young kids and unknowns, but it would be Martin Short and Eugene Levy and Victor Garber. Like, it's got to be weird to come from a production like that that generates so many successful comedians. And then, but you're one of the other people in the cast who never really blew up. Because there's a documentary, it's called You Had to Be There, on that 1972 production of Godspell. And if you know anything about these people and kind of the history of SCTV, it's well-tread ground. I mean, it's like in everyone's bio that they came from this. Gilda Radner was in it, and Paul Schaefer was the musical director, when they were all real young in Toronto. But in this documentary, they're also talking to other people who were in it with these now famous people, and you've never heard of them before. There's also a Martin Short documentary on him. And he is a guy that has gone through a lot. His daughter just killed herself. His wife died of cancer some years ago. He and his wife never had their own kids. They adopted 3 kids. There was a woman who inadvertently took a photo of, Meryl Streep and Martin Short have been dating. I don't think they've ever come right out and said it because it's their business, but they're pictured together a lot. They've walked the red carpet. They met on that show, Only Murders in the Building, for people who watch that. She was married for 40 years, and she and her husband got divorced. Martin Short's wife died some time ago, and the two of these just hit it off. There's a woman, her photo went viral because she inadvertently posted a photo. She was in Paris or somewhere, and she's taking a photo through the window of a restaurant. Do you see that photo?
No.
And she goes, "Hi, I'm just walking around, and I see Meryl Streep and her husband," completely oblivious of the. So people start blowing her up. They're like, "Yeah, that's Martin Short," But again, it was on the other side of a window. They're kind of hunched a little bit. It looks like they're reading a menu together or something. It's Meryl Streep and Martin Short overseas. And he's doing a lot of press, obviously, for this documentary. And obviously, he tours with Steve Martin. Every time that comes through, I always plan to see it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But they do Playhouse Square, and, they'll do some, in the summertime, they'll do some outdoor theaters. But he's doing a lot of press for this documentary on him. I forget what that's called. It's called Marty, Life is Short. And he talks about how, his parents died when he was a kid, and his younger brother died before Martin Short was 20, and he's dealt with a lot and seemed to keep a sunny disposition about the whole thing.
The documentary is devoted to 2 people, to Catherine O'Hara and then your daughter, Catherine. Is there anything you want to share about Catherine? I'm so sorry.
It's been a nightmare for the family, but the understanding that mental health and cancer, like my wife, are both diseases. And sometimes with diseases, they are terminal. And my daughter fought for a long time with extreme mental health, borderline personality disorder, other things, and did the best she could until she couldn't. So Nan's last words to me were, "Mart, let me go." And she was just saying, "Dad, let me go." So I hold a deep desire, and that's why I'm involved with this organization, Bring Change to Mind, which Glenn Close started, which is taking mental health out of the shadows, not being ashamed of it, not hiding from the word suicide, but accepting that this can be the last stage of an illness. And that's my approach to this.
He's a guy that looks good. Not a lot of guys his age look good. He's a guy that looks good with his hair colored. It looks very natural to me. He colors his hair like this light brown, and it looks real good. He's 76. Just turned 76. And there are some people who do not think he's funny at all. They think he's like, Jim Carrey of his era, overacting, and he's, done a lot of stuff that might not be that awesome. But I think Martin Short is just phenomenal.
Have you ever, now, honestly, have you ever heard it described as that before?
No.
That really, that kind of just,
that
really just stopped me a little bit.
That was a very succinct way to kind of describe what he's talking about, where it's like, mental illness is like any other in that it can be terminal.
That just again, I've heard that with alcoholism. I've heard that with a lot of things that you wouldn't necessarily point to end stage, right, of having an illness.
Yeah.
But that really just messed me up. That's
also
really deep.
He's also had many decades and many family members to ruminate on those things, right?
It's not like he's sitting there talking about a stranger or a friend or even just a relative. This is his daughter he's talking about. You know what I mean? And that's really really powerful.
Well, it's like Stephen Colbert. His story famously is that his dad and 2 younger brothers, I think younger, maybe older, His dad and two brothers were killed in a plane crash when he was a kid. And so it ended up being his mom and him and whatever siblings were left over. And so that's like part of his origin story. But the photo is funny. Clueless tourist inadvertently confirms Hollywood's hottest gossip. When a woman walks by and takes a photo of what she thinks is just Meryl Streep in a restaurant with her husband, and it's Martin Short. But again, it's not like these people have been, hiding in their houses. They've just never, I guess, come back out. But they've been together. Little Marty Short and little Meryl Streep.
I've always found him to be very, very funny.
I think Martin, even stuff he's in where you're like, woof. He did a movie called Clifford with Grodin where he plays a little boy.
Yeah.
But he's a grown man.
I don't think I ever saw it.
It's not great, but I don't care because I'm like, Martin Short is just, I
loved his character. Was it Glick?
Jiminy Glick.
I loved that. Thought that was always very funny.
I think you got to, I think if you think somebody's undeniably funny, if you know that they can be funny and make you laugh, you got to give them latitude to it's not an exact science. You know what I mean? You got to give them latitude to do some stuff where you're like, woof, that ain't it. But they're funny.
The Ed Grimley
They've
stuff
been professionally funny for decades, yeah.
I like the show he does with, what's her name? Selena Gomez and...
Only Murders in the Building.
Great show.
That's where he met Meryl Streep. She's been on the last couple of seasons, yeah.
I haven't watched the most recent season. I'm a season behind, but I thought the first couple of seasons were great. Great cast. I love the one with Nathan Lane. Is he in all of them?
He was in the first two, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But when I was younger, man, I loved the movie Inner Space where he gets shrunk and he's put in Dennis Quaid's body.
Great movie.
So good.
Yeah, he's riding around like a little cart.
Yeah.
A little ship.
Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. Tons of great stuff. Three Amigos. That was his first movie, I think.
Was it really?
Yeah, because that movie was supposed to be Chevy and Belushi, and I've heard Aykroyd talk about it. I think it was Aykroyd, Chevy, and Belushi. They wrote it or something, and they ended up, the other two guys drop out. Chevy's still in it. They grab Steve Martin. Steve kind of knows Martin Short. They're not pals like they are now. But Martin Short hadn't really done anything. So this was potentially going to be a big break for him. And, and they just threw him in. But nobody knew who Martin Short was when Three Amigos. The guy looked like he was 12.
It's always a drag when you hear what a prick Chevy is, right? Every story you hear, he's just a horrible a-hole.
Yeah, that documentary on him will turn you white.
I haven't watched it.
You're
is it good?
Woof. I mean, yeah, but it's entertaining just from kind of an historical standpoint if you're a fan of comedy. Those Fletch movies are still some of my favorite comedies of all time.
The best.
But, whatever. Everybody's got their problems.
I just recently watched Spies Like Us again. Forgot how funny that movie was.
Soulfinger. Boy, they must be having trouble getting gigs. Those are the Barkays?
Yeah.
Must have trouble getting gigs. For every wrong answer, I cut off a finger. Mine or yours? Yours. Damn. Yeah. Alan, it's the other way around, you dummy. Oh, right. Dennis Quaid is shrunk. I'm sorry. Dennis Quaid is shrunk in his space capsule
inside of
Martin Short.
And he gets placed by accident. It was he gets
he bumps into the guy and he gets shot in the ass.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. Okay. I remember who was in it. Meg Ryan was in it too, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what the old SNL bit where he and Christopher Guest are the synchronized swimmers, but he can't swim. So he's got the cap on and he's got the nose plug and the,
Now I want to watch this again. I haven't seen that movie in 30 years.
Yeah. All right, we got to go. Thanks, guys. Boy, it's been one trip down memory lane after another. Thanks. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Go Cavs. Rob, where can people hit you up?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
Jessica?
WMMS Just Jess.
Okay, I'm Alan Cox Show on your socials. If you want to listen to the program, it will pop up wherever you get your podcasts. If you choose to use the iHeartRadio app, have those notifications turned on. It will let you know tomorrow when I'm going to be giving away those Cavs playoff tickets. Got a pair a day, rest of the week, for Saturday night. That's when they come home for Game 3. Otherwise, you can leave voicemail on the After Hours line. That is 216-986-8903. Email me for anything. Just sent out more Alan Cox Show stickers if you need those. That's Alan at AlanCoxShow.com. And Cavs game 1 tonight. They're at the Garden against the Knicks. That's 8 o'clock, 7:30 pregame on the Buzzard. So go Cavs. We will talk to you again tomorrow around 2. We'll see you in hell.
I cannot stand these morons any longer. If you don't come with me this instant, I shall run amok.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way.